Hey everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you live today here on Play the Game with A Sea of Spears, our long-running Song of Ice and Fire RPG, using the mechanics set up by Green Ronin in their Song of Ice and Fire RPG. It doesn't have a cool name, sorry. But we are following along with the misadventures of House Nymaryen, our custom crafted house that is an artisanal blend of Valyrian and House Nymaros blood. They came about from the folding of Dorne and creation of the Seven Kingdoms. Their house was born of an illicit affair back in days of yore, several generations ago. Now they are hitting the big stage. Our first big arc was a tourney in King's Landing. Our second big arc was a battle in the Red Mountains of Dorne, where they vanquished a would-be bandit king and uh, showed, revealed, and punished the betrayal of a treasonous house that was aiding that bandit king. And now we're here for the super mega high stakes drama of the third big arc.
No,
I
you were right the
kept
first
coming.
time.
The thirst arc is pretty appropriate as we are having a tourney for young Addam Nymaryens' Nameday, and also as betrothals are in the air. So yeah, like thirst arc is kind of appropriate, I guess, because there's gonna be less bloodshed than prior arcs. Lots of marriage stuff floating around the grapevines, and some decisions to be made that will affect the future of the house. So we are currently about knee deep in Addam Nymaryens' Nameday tourney. It is still day one. We're getting into the afternoon of the first full day of tourney stuff. What's everybody up to? Let's start with the oldest and work our way down, both in and out of character. She's across the house, so she can't stand me for that. But hey, Felicia, how's it going? Who's your character and what's she up to as y'all are settling back in uh, for the joust to commence? Where is your character going?
Not across the house to kick her husband's ass, but only because I'm too lazy. But Raina is back at the. I'm not sure what we were calling it. The not a pavilion, but the tent where we have set up for people to lounge and watch. It's not on the ground. It's just elevated, just like 4 feet, just enough to get a good view. And it's like those tents at Girl Scout camp. they're on they're on wooden platforms that were lifted off the ground.
Yeah.
And so that's what this is. And it's open, it's airy, the wind blows through, but there's shade provided from the hot Dornish sun since it is afternoon. Um, and there is wine aplenty, and I am lounging and drinking my wine and watching, trying to lay eyes on this Red Veronic Connington guy.
He is easy to spot in the crowd from his poof of red hair and constant threat of red beard. He styles it here and there and sometimes lets it grow to look more rugged and sometimes neatly trims it, combs it, oils it. Other times, but yeah, he's easy to spot. He is called Red Runnet for a reason. Speaking of sipping your wine, however, do you have any fancy new goblets that you want
I
to
have
show?
it right here. Look, guys.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Very cool.
Show the stem, show the stem. It's super neat.
Oh,
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
It's like dragon tails, but like you can poke through it and like it's really neat.
That's very cool.
it has water in it because I don't drink alcohol.
So yeah, Felicia got that for her birthday, all by itself in a packet with nothing else that anybody else got on her birthday.
His whole
Uh,
point.
so yeah, Reyna currently has that pavilion. Um, Grandfather Makar is not there, and Lord Stannis is not there. The Lady Iris Dannett is sitting there in the shade, preparing to watch the afternoon commence. Um, and
I will
so,
encourage that. Make comments to her at times, just so you know.
yeah, and she'll quips when she first arrives that I've heard that I may have found myself a younger sister instead of a husband if things progress apace.
Uh, no comment. I don't
Uh,
actually get that reference. I'm sorry.
Elia.
what's the only
Oh,
joke
Elia.
that happened so far?
Well, there are worse things that could happen.
Luckily, Adam's not there. And he's like, no, there aren't.
Yeah, Adam would argue that, but he's not
Having
here.
her as
Ah.
family is the worst.
The worst thing has already happened to Adam, Rusty.
Oh,
No, no, it hasn't.
oh, don't say it like that.
He said confidently.
You're mean.
So, that's our little checkup on Reyna. Let's go next in line. Erica, how's it going? Who's your character, and what are you doing as the afternoon joust commences?
Yeah, so I'm Erica, and I get the pleasure of playing Bela, who is a twin to Reyna, but just happens to be microseconds younger than her. And so
It
I
gets
get
shorter every time.
Yes, you notice that too, don't you? And Bela gets to do the fun things of jousting in this tournament that she kind of I wouldn't say organized, but she kind of like set up a lot of the rules and the organization for. And so she's hanging out in what we're calling the Champions Pavilion area. So it's like a set of like big pavilion tents with like big master chairs, and so it's like the five current champions who are sitting there hanging out, talking, and waiting for challengers to come up. And she's just kind of like lounging in that way that bisexual people sit in chairs, so just kind of not like one leg over the breast, holding some wine and just waiting. And
Literally can't sit straight.
Yeah, if she was idly stroking the shaft of her spear, we'd call that the corbray. But instead, it's all separate. It's a different pose.
so she's asserting like dominance in that really bizarre way, just waiting for things to happen. Yeah, and before we move on to my brothers, I'd like to note that a video game came out recently called Crusader Kings 3, and if you know anything about that game, sort of the intrigue of marrying off people to benefit your house and holding tournaments or just random events, and just like this is like Crusader Kings, but we're just down one level and playing those characters. And so I just thought it was fun to mention.
The only Crusader Kings 2 that I ever played was with Westeros mods on. And it's actually one of the best ways to get a map of Westeros. Like, they did a really neat job with each house's terrain in this Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire, whatever mod. I've heard that there's already a like Vampire of the Dark Ages mod out for Crusader Kings 3. I haven't heard if there's a Game of Thrones one yet, so I haven't picked it up. But yeah, it'll happen pretty soon. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of overlap there with how houses are run in Westeros, and that aspect of house management and giving out titles that add prestige and status and stuff like that from Crusader Kings also. So yeah, it's pretty pretty timely, pretty good stuff, pretty topical.
So we'll continue then in age order and go to Brother Luke Karras.
Hi, I'm Robert. I play Garrus, and my problem with Crusader King is after I spent a generation on my eugenics project, I'm now surrounded by beautiful, genius cousins who want to kill me.
Yay! Yes!
Goodbye, everybody. No, I play Lucaris. He is the youngest son, and he is also sitting. I think Bela has stolen his sitting position, so he's going to sit more normal, wide in his head constantly as he waits for somebody to maybe come actually challenge him. While ignoring the fact that between Bela and Elia, he's surrounded by crazy, but in a good way, women.
It's a lot of crazy.
It's good crazy, but it's a lot of crazy.
Spirited.
Very spirited.
Which leaves the birthday or name day boy. Man, name day man.
Lads. I'm Ash. I play Addam Nymaryen, and Adam's having a really bad time right now. Not only have the landing of marriage matches has freaked him out quite a lot, but also his Uncle Oberyn very kindly but crushingly gave his assessment of just how hopeless his pining for Horus is, and he's kind of crushed and out of character. I'm a bit bummed as well, but yeah, I'll get another crush, it's fine.
What's the first one?
Sorry?
The first one is so sweet.
Yeah, it's not up to me, Felicia. Have a word with your husband.
Yeah, Felicia.
In Westeros, they call those first crushes Aurochs love.
Ugh.
Oh, wow.
No.
Wow.
Get out.
If I could control him, don't you think I would?
To add insult to injury, he's just had to watch his annoying cousin Elia do what she set out to do, and that he hoped she might fail.
Accomplish a goal.
She didn't
Yeah.
break her neck or anything.
No.
How dare she?
So, and he also, like, he bet against her and lost, so he has left he was hanging out with Bela and Luke, but he's left in disgust. And went to conspire with Meredith Crane to try and get Luke to pick her, and decided while he was at it to at least talk to the matches that he'd been given, and has invited Alison Bulwer for a walk in the garden later, which he's not really got high expectations of. And then he's gone to sit where Rhaena and Lady Iris are, because he would like a word with Lady Iris. But I also want to show off an out of character thing that I'm quite pleased with. I made Game of Thrones themed cocktails for tonight. So this one's called Arbor Gold. It's cognac and Benedictine and what else is in it? Saint Germain and a sprig of rosemary. It's very nice. And this one, it's called Milk of the Poppy. It's also a cognac based one, but it's cognac, poppy seed orgeat, and triple sec. So they're both kind of luxurious and very tasty, and I'm quite proud of them. So I just decided I'm going to show them off on stream.
Well, they look lovely.
Thank you.
Did you
They're
come up
both
with them all by yourself?
They're delicious.
It's
Oh,
the
yeah,
fact that I've thrown
the milk of the
Bacardi in with Coke, so.
Sorry, Robert?
Oh, I was going to say, it beats the fact that I've thrown in some Bacardi for Coke, so.
Nothing wrong with Bacardi and Coke. I'm just extra, that's all.
Well, I've had the good stuff, so.
Yeah.
So where'd you get those cocktails? Those geeky cocktails?
Oh yeah. Well, the recipes are both from one of my favorite YouTube channels, How to Drink. Um, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like the guy that runs that channel recreates a lot of like cocktails from films and TV shows and other kind of geeky stuff. Like recently did Johnny Silverhand, which is a cyberpunk cocktail. Um, and he's done like stuff from Star Trek and Star Wars as well.
Very
so
cool.
on.
Very cool channel.
Yeah, it's a fun channel. Like even if you're not like big on making cocktails, just like actually learning about the process is quite interesting anyway. And yeah, if you give them a go, like every cocktail that I've made that I've seen on that channel has been really good. So
Well,
yeah.
all right. That is all 4 of our player characters checking in. We've got the eldest and the youngest over in kind of the host viewing box pavilion thing. They are joined, as we mentioned, by Iris Dannett, who is, of course, the young noblewoman whose hand in marriage is the grand prize of the joust at this tourney. At the end of the joust, she will take her pick from among the 5 champions. The format for this joust of the tourney, this method of it, instead of being a March Madness brackets, it's you start with 5 champions and people that want to challenge a champion, and then if you take their spot, then you are it, basically. And you become one of the champions, people can challenge you, and then it comes down to who has the spot at the end. So at the end of the week, among the 5 champions, she will get to choose one of them to give her marriage rights to, basically. So it doesn't have to be an eligible bachelor that she chooses, and there's nothing creepy about non-eligible bachelors partaking in the tourney. There's also other prizes, because if you win her hand in marriage, then maybe she marries your brother, or maybe you betroth her to, your master at arms back home in some castle somewhere else, and whatever. So you don't necessarily have to be the one that she marries, but that is what is up for grabs. Is the hand in marriage of Lady Iris Dannett. So she has decided to come out in the afternoon and watch the show. Grandfather has retired to his solar. You guys might remember a brief conversation with him. You saw him there not too long ago. Stannis Baratheon has gone somewhere else. He was watching the kind of earliest Tilt made his appearance to formally do the duty of his rank and be here at the start of the tourney, was kind of the vibe that you got, and is not here this afternoon. But just as people are starting to mill around and get ready to start challenging again, Septon Jim does join you again at the Viewers Pavilion. One of the few benefits of being the Septon is he gets to stand in the shade and sit in a comfortable chair if he wants. And Septon Jim, of course, doesn't particularly need that. He's in pretty good shape for a man of late 40s, maybe 50. And he was a fighting man in his younger days, and he still rides on patrols with Sir Addam Bridington, who is one of your landed knights, who's also one of the champions. So we've got Bela and Luke already accounted for. Sir Addam Bridington, of the landed knights of House Bridington, which are a banner house to our PCs here, is over there defending his own kind of banner. Sir Garrus Drinkwater of House Drinkwater, a new banner house to House Nymaryen, a young man, early, maybe mid-20s, with sandy blonde hair and a nice brown sand silk cloak, is another champion. And then finally, you had Captain Tommen, who was a lowborn man-at-arms, representing House Danet. He was like the head of the household guard slash master at arms, kind of just lead fighting dude of House Danet, who has fallen on not great times. And he was representing House Danet, but he was vanquished in the very first tilt of the tourney by Lady Lance, young Elia Sand, a girl of about 14 and one of the banes of Addam's existence. The cousin, Elia, she is one of the infamous Sand Snakes, the bastard daughters of Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, that are all very infamously fierce and free-spirited and dangerous. And she has taken horses and lances as her province, and was determined to prove it. So everyone got kind of caught off guard by the first tilt of the tourney being this 14-year-old girl jousting not a knight, even. And they're like, oh, whatever, it's Dorne, right? And so everyone's kind of like, okay.
Yes, this is common.
Yeah, like no one else is freaking out, so I guess I won't start these fires and stuff. Not gonna flip over any gold cloak cars and stuff like that in the streets. But
Riot.
still,
Right.
yeah, the cream of the Reach and the Stormlands are still obviously like, that's not how tourneys go, and they just kind of nobody is eager to follow up on that. Partially because Lady Lance spat in the eye of decorum, as sand snakes are wont to do, in that you're supposed to kind of go highest rank first. It's just supposed to be almost a prima nocta type of gig where the highest ranked people are supposed to be allowed to go first. You guys are nobles also. It's on you. Their sins are on you.
You're the one that said it.
Hashtag cancel Rusty.
Right?
So you're supposed to start with like the highest ranked. They're supposed to kind of get the right of refusal in going first. And then you tend to be a free-for-all in the middle days of a tourney. And then the best kind of rise at the end, and that's how you get the champions, right? And then instead, here, everybody was waiting for one of the high-ranked lords to go first, and a 14-year-old girl that barely has on armor just swaggered up front and called out the lowborn guy. And it was a good series. Captain Tommen held his own. His form was fine. He just was unaccustomed to a small target, perhaps. Unaccustomed to the fierceness of a sand snake. He may not have been giving it his all, but he was very technically proficient. He just lost. So it went several passes. All the lances shattered, so everybody got to look cool. It was auspicious. But then everybody was just kind of like, I'm not following that act. So they kind of milled around for a while, and then eventually you guys just kind of called a lunch break, and everybody milled around somewhere else, and they ate lunch and talked about Elia, instead of milling around talking about Elia. And then you guys had a conversation in the Solar with Lord Makar and the Lady Olenna Tyrell, and now everyone's drifted back in, and they're waiting to see, like, okay, it's after lunch. Like, could we just pretend that didn't happen? Like, who's, nope, there's a 14-year-old girl still over there as a champion. Like, fuck, that was real. Oh, Lord, all right. Are we gonna, who's gonna do this? And it's actually really kind of amusing to watch these lords kind of look nervously at one another because 2 of the 5 champions are women and aren't knights, and one of them is this bastard girl without even a breastplate, and they're like, I guess let's just go fight with somebody else, right? And you can see them kind of reverse egging each other on in a way, right? Like nobody's real sure what to do, and nobody seems to want to go next. And there's a couple minutes of that same sort of nervous milling around when nobody is like lining up to
I-
go do the thing. But then you hear glass break, and you immediately recognize it, Luke in particular, as the sound of someone melodramatically breaking a wine bottle.
Oh no.
Which, keep in mind, is pretty extravagant and melodramatic. So you're pretty sure it's someone from Dorne. Um, maybe somebody from the Reach, if they're from the Arbor, like they could do it because they have a lot of wine bottles also. But you hear this, and there's a muttering and a stirring, and the crowd kind of shifts and parts, and everyone's like, "What the fuck was that?" And you look over, um, and wiping some wine off her chin and walking determinedly towards the champion's pavilion
Uh-oh.
is Valina Toland, the heir to the Lady Nymela of Ghost Hill, who is a nearby neighbor of yours. And she has this fiery red hair and a temper to match it. And she rode and led her troops at the siege of House Ironwood during Anders' Folly. She is a martial warrior woman in the Dornish tradition that just, by all appearances, downed a bottle of wine and then busted it on the plate mail of someone standing near her, uh, and then had started advancing to come and make a challenge. So she, and you can see that like some of the nearest knights like, what the fuck was that? And it looks like it was Lord Bryce Caron of the Stormlands. So it's Dornish woman picking a fight with us. Karen a little bit, by just going, and she's stalking up, and she goes, "Well, if you're wearing the armor, you might as well use it." And she kind of makes her way up through everyone, um, and she grabs one of the tourney lances from a nearby rack, and then she just jabs it at the shield of Lady Lance, Elia Sand.
Oh my goodness.
She's like, "All right, girl, you can take something from a boy. Let's see if you can hold it from a woman."
Nice.
Yes.
And then she saunters off
very,
towards.
very interested in this fight.
Yeah.
Both his types.
Have fun out there, cousin Elia.
She looks like she is. Like she's
Yeah.
scrambling to her feet. She's all excited. She's like maybe if Bela had broken tradition to challenge another champion, like maybe Elia would be more excited, right? Like she's like, but you can tell that she is pumped to have another proper Dornish warrior woman acknowledge her, but also show off in front of all the knights from the Reach and the Stormlands. And yeah, so she scrambles up out of her chair and just runs off towards her black filly, um, which immediately starts like stomping energetically, just like she does. It's a very high-strung and enthusiastic beast, much like the high-strung and enthusiastic beast that rides it. For her part, Lady Velena, she's not a sir, and she's not the lady of Ghost Hill, but so it's still kind of just generic lady, the way it's Lady Bela and Lady Rhaena. But Lady Velena has a like deep blood red Dornish sandsteed blooded creature. It looks like a cross between sandsteeds and coursers, so it's still pretty broad in the chest. Um, it's slender compared to a warhorse from the north, right? Somewhere way up there, like the Stormlands. Um, but it's definitely got some light sandsteed blood in it, but it's a fine creature with a blood red coat with a darker mane, and it is comparatively composed. On one side of the tourney field, you've got Elia Sand, this scrappy 14-year-old girl in kind of cobbled together leather armor that is not for jousting, on this high-strung, super quick filly. And then on the other end of the tourney field, you've got Velena Toland, who is still, except for her long red hair spilling out the back of her tourney helm, and the top knot she's got on her helmet that's the same color as her hair. So at a glance, it looks like she's got just this huge, giant warrior queen head of hair fluttering in the breeze. And then her horse, which is also a little bit larger and a little bit stronger and a little bit more mature than Elia's horse. So it's some stark contrasts, but it's also hard not to think like that might be Elia in about 5 years. And she's going to be even more fucking trouble. So you've got a pair of warrior women squaring off, and none of
Sets up
them
with some
are-
interest.
Oh, did we lose Ash? Oh, all right, you're back.
That's fine. I just need to go and close my curtains so every moth in Dundee doesn't fly into my house.
Okay. So the highborn lords are muttering excitedly, and you can see a couple of them grinning and clapping Bryce Karen on the armor. Like, well, you took the first hit of the tourney, old chap, type of stuff. Just kind of the bros giving him shit for it a little bit. But none of them seem to be in a hurry to bet on this. Like, they're still not sure. Like, are we supposed to bet on a girl fight? Right? Like, there's this weird awkwardness that they're all dealing with that just constantly reminds you, like, hey, motherfuckers, this is Dorne. Right? Like, this isn't King's Landing. This isn't Storm's End. This isn't Highgarden. This isn't, even, River Run. Like, nope, this is Dorne. And none of them are quite sure, like, is it knightly to bet on a woman fighting a little girl? Right? Like, what do we do,
Hey,
Adam's all-
Rusty, I like to. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam, go.
I was just saying, like, Adam's already put 50 stags on Velena winning.
I'll take the bet. I'll take it with you.
So yeah, a lot of the lords don't seem eager to place bets themselves, like to start. Like none of them wants to be the one that begins the gambling. And
Didn't
Renly,
Lady Felena lead her people in a battle at our side at Kingsland?
yeah, like she yeah. Well, at the fall of House Ironwood, yeah, she fought alongside you lot. Their house wasn't like drafted into the Vulture King army because she's from a little bit farther away. But yeah, she was there and mustered up with you all, and you lot didn't spend a ton of time together because you were busy running a giant fucking army, and because the siege didn't last very long. But yeah, she fought right there alongside you lot, and you can tell that some of the lords that were there are taking this in a little bit better stride, than the lords that weren't. And it's partially because some of those guys just hung out with you all more. Beric Dondarrion has been on campaign with you lot. Sir Balin Swan, he was there for the whole thing. But some of these guys, the Lord of Golden Grove in the Reach is like, is this chivalrous? Right? Like they're just not quite sure what to make of it.
I mean, maybe not, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
So it looks like if anyone's going to be gambling, it's going to be between PCs, or you're going to have to make the offer to one of the NPCs. Like it's going to be up to you lot to kind of take the initiative.
I think Elliot's bitten off more than she can chew with this lady. I think Velena's going to take her, so I'm not going to bet at all.
I suspect similar, but I also bet the 50 stags on her against Adam.
All right. Any bets coming from Vela?
No, Baylor doesn't like to bet on family.
Notice that she didn't say bet against family. She said bet on family. It's like, no, I don't believe in any of you.
That's fair. Some of them are walking disasters.
And when I die, will you lower my cask in the grave so you can all let me down one more time?
Oh,
Absolutely.
damn.
Poured into your grave, you'll be burned on a pyre. It's fine.
So, you don't hear the usual kind of raucous back and forth and the boisterous boys of Westeros. The small folk, though, are loving it. There's not a ton of them. You guys don't have a super high population stat in House Nymaryens, but there's a fair number here. And they're going nuts because they're like, yeah, like we love this shit, right? It's a sand snake. That's a reminder of just how noble the blood of our liege lord, because you guys are kin to the princes of Dorne, and so yeah, like they're having a good old time, and just hooting and hollering. But yeah, you're still noticing that the lords of the Reach and the Vale and Westerlands and the Stormlands still haven't kind of relaxed. They're still getting used to this. But before too very long, the riders commence. The Lady Valena Toland is an armor that you would say is on the heavy end. Probably you guesstimated armor rating 7 or 8, like that level of not quite plate mail, but it's definitely a breastplate and some additional armor type of stuff, but not the full-on, encased in steel head to toe type of look. And then there's Elia in hard leather armor with a couple kind of metal studs here and there, or some reinforcements. But it's a pretty lopsided charge as they're coming at one another, just visually. And then it's pretty lopsided when they impact also. Both lances shatter. Elia knows what she's doing, and she lands a solid hit, but it looks like the Lady Volena just was kind of expecting it. She was probably paying rapt attention to the first tilt. And she keeps in her saddle quite well. And whatever Captain Tommen was doing, where he may have just been subconsciously taking it easy on Elia Sand, Valena Toland is not. She's like, no, like, she's a girl. She made her choice to be up there. I'm not going to shame her by holding back. And she blasts her lance dead center into Elia's shield, and Elia goes like pinwheeling. Her left arm from like impact of the shield goes flailing. She drops her shattered lance and goes flailing. One foot slips from the saddle, and she goes reeling out of the saddle, but catches the back of the saddle with her offhand and keeps her off leg up so that she's kind of clinging to the side of her horse. And you can see it with your view because the champions and the kind of host pavilion have kind of the best views. And you guys can see that she's like eyes wide open. You can see the whites all the way around him. And she clings to her horse like, holy fuck. And she makes her way to the end. And once the horse stops, she clambers back up and has this grin on her face, even as she's like rolling her shoulder and maybe nursing some bruised ribs, and was probably holding her breath that whole time. So she only just barely managed to stay in the saddle. And Lady Valena just finishes her line to the other end, just nonplussed, and gets a spear with unreadable features beneath her enclosed helmet. So the first pass, both lances shatter, and Elia narrowly manages to keep to her saddle, which has everybody kind of drawn in gasp, uh, until the end when she clambers back up, and like she never touched the ground, and you see everybody go, ah, and like they were waiting to see. She's teetering. Nope, she managed it. So there was that long, drawn out, hushed intake of breath, lasted like 5 seconds longer than normal, until she got to the end. It was a very like long 5 seconds for Lady Lance, and perhaps an informative 5 seconds for Lady Lance. Uh, but she reaches for another tourney lance, as does Velena Toland.
Does she get another shield though?
Shields are on hand, yes. So yeah, and remember hers wasn't all that great to begin with. It just hastily had this kind of golden orangish brown on it that was sand. You think was probably her design. Um, so yeah, she's able to get along with the many tourney lances that you lot bought with your wealth investment to host a tourney. You're buying some other stuff too. And then they go a second time.
This is really
And
intense.
on the second pass, both lances once again shatter, but Elia is not able to stay in the saddle. She landed a solid shot, but it was not to be. This time it looks like Velena Toland aimed a little bit more inwards on like the center line of Elia instead of trying to rock her off balance. She was just out to blast her from the saddle, just kind of aiming center of mass to kind of pick her up and knock her out. And this time it worked. The lighter mass of Elia and her lack of armor, it just kind of catches up to her this time. And you're not sure who could have kept to their saddle with that hit weighing that much, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's a pretty solid joust. 4 more broken lances. Like so far, every pass has had shattered lances and competent, competitors. But the Lady Velena Tolan is now going to be the champion, nominally representing House Danet. And she trots back midfield and hops off her horse. And Elia's just sitting on the ground, kind of gulping in air, like just got the wind blasted out of her. Um, and she's just sitting there like wide-eyed, like wait, we were supposed to be jousting, and like I remember aiming at your shield, and then I got hit by a bolt of lightning. Like she's trying to like catch up to like what happened, and she's just like sitting on her butt in the field, just breathing heavy. And the Lady Nymela, or the Lady Velena, does come over and offer her a hand up. And Elliot takes it, and they do that grab the wrist / forearm type of thing as she hauls her up. And the small folk cheer both of them in pretty equal measure. You are sure. And Elia takes the ribbon off her arm and offers it to the Lady Velena, who is now formally wearing the favor of House Danet and will represent it forthwith.
Luke will applaud. Well tilted.
I almost feel sorry for Elia. Almost.
And she seems to be in pretty good spirits as she's walking off the field. She goes and gets her horse and checks on it, kind of first and foremost. And after checking on her horse, she slings a leg up and gets back in the saddle so that she can trot lengthwise the field of the tourney field and wave to the small folk and stuff like that as she heads off to the far end and goes to probably check her ribs and you see her eldest sister, Obara Sand, waiting with a wineskin to help alleviate the pain a bit from multiple lance hits from somebody not wearing proper armor.
We'll throw Adam his coin.
One at a time, I'm assuming.
Nah, just a little bag.
The rest of the afternoon, you'll be sitting there throwing nickels at him.
Yeah.
I was more just thinking like, just a handful of silver, just fuck it.
All right, and then after that, you can tell that the crowd is a bit more relaxed, and talking about the form that was showed in those tilts, and you realize that now all 5 of the champions are highborn and of age, at least. So the lowborn Captain Tommen is no longer a knightly champion, and his replacement is no longer a 14-year-old bastard. So Lady Velena is still a woman, like Bela, but they are the lady something, and they just fought on campaign with about I was going to say about a quarter of the lords here, but, you know, a goodly percentage of the knights and lords in attendance. So suddenly everybody's a little more relaxed, and you can tell that they're starting to cast glances over at the champion shields, and a couple people are starting to look like they're eyeing the buffet line. Excuse me for a moment as I got something in my eye. But roleplay, it's okay. I can still hear just fine.
Well,
It's always super weird seeing you without your glasses. Anyway.
well, Bela, I might as well just go take a nap. It seems like the men will not be jousting today.
Hey, you do what you want. I'm gonna lounge here because this is a tournament, and I am up here in center of attention. Well, almost. Like,
I think Erica's thing is she's going to stay in the champion seat as long as possible. Like,
yes.
Bela's like, as long as I'm sitting here, I'm winning. Right? This is me on the control point in Overwatch. As long as I've got it, I'm winning.
This
Stop spawn camping.
this might be Addam's Nameday tournament, and they may not be head of the house here, but I am top lady in the champions pavilion, and anyone who wants to challenge the top person here has to challenge me. And so I'm going to stay here and make them look at me, because I'm also, don't forget, I led the forces that took out the Vulture King and House Ironwood. That's me. And I want everyone to see me just relaxing and daring anyone to come and challenge me.
You've also, been in a tourney before. I seem to remember some catchy little tune about that. So
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure Marin Kenneth would like to forget all about it as well. And so like there's a tournament that I got pretty far in, trial by 7, and faced down King Robert himself in the melee. So my list of accomplishments is growing, and anyone would be lucky enough to get blasted out of their saddle by me.
I love it.
I give a grin and I turn on my heel and go get some wine.
all right. Then it doesn't take long. Oh, go ahead, Ash.
Every time Bela wins a joust, Adam's going to get the bards to play Sir Meryn Can. Only one verse at a time.
It doesn't take long before you can make out at a glance the social pecking order of the knights and lords that have assembled for your tourney. And you kind of already could, because it's your job as nobles to make out at a glance the status of the people around you. but you can definitely see many of them inching towards this edge of the crowd, right? As they chat with their friends and they're giving people slaps on the shoulder and making their way through the crowd a little bit, you can see that the highest ranked of them are starting to kind of casually drift this way. They're not making a big Dornish show of challenging people, um, but you can tell they're as they're socializing, they're drifting in the direction of the champions, right?
They're gonna.
Uh,
They're doing this in a chill manner. They're cool.
right. It's a social event to them. Nobody wants to appear to be hungry for it, right? It's just, oh, it's just I saw somebody I knew over here, and then I happened to notice here in the mall food court. Oh wait, that's where I challenge people, right? So they're just kind of schmoozing.
Oh, are
Uh,
we doing challenges? Oh, I guess I can join.
and then you notice a few of them are kind of eyeing each other and lifting an eyebrow, like, are you gonna go? Like, you want to go? Like, who wants up? Felicia's gonna be right back, by the way. Chat, don't worry, she's fine. Just a box is at the door. And you see Lord Beric Dondarrion and Lord Bryce Caron and Lord Ralph Buckler and Lord Lyman Goodbrook, and they're all these kind of peers that are of pretty close age to one another, and pretty close status to one another, and they're all kind of looking like, all right, who's gonna go first? And you can tell they're maybe starting to kind of egg each other on a little bit. They're all being overly polite about not wanting to go first. It's almost like taking the bill at like a family meal, right? How like it's that sort of awkward, like, all right, you want to? Are you sure? I can do it, right? And then you swear this little knot of 4 or 5 of them. Suddenly, it's like the clouds have also parted overhead, and the whole this little group of this circle of them brightens up as Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End just walks into the circle of them and claps 2 of them on the back, and then just kind of casually stands there with his arm over their shoulders, and gives them a shake by the back of their plate mail, like a football player, kind of psyching people up by pounding on their pads and stuff. Renly just appears in this circle of them, schmoozes with them all for a minute, and then just says, "I'll be right back, lads." Or, well, actually, you'll see me take a seat, as he saunters past and through them and makes his way towards the row of champions. And he is pretty clearly the highest ranked person here, unless Stannis wanted to take part in the festivities, and you know Stannis
Take part in festivities?
So Renly comes walking up, and then he kind of is shopping. Like, you can tell he is enjoying knowing that everyone is looking at him and wondering who's going to tilt next. He is acutely aware of being the center of attention, and he is comfortably draped in it, like Lord Beric Dondarrion in one of his starry cloaks, right? Like, he's just, I am fine with this, with, being here in the middle of stuff. And 1 second.
I thought he was going to challenge someone.
Oh, he might.
Yes.
He's
He
going
is.
to.
He's just idly making his way up and down the row of them. And then he's like, well, Lady Valena, that was very well struck, but you've only just gotten into your chair, and I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable. Lucaris, Lady Bela, you also seem rather comfortable where you are. You did only just refill your glass, Sir Luke. So
You're not wrong.
I wouldn't want to make you gulp it down rather than savor it. This Nymerian red's quite nice. No, I think I'll leave you lot be. And he's idly making his way down the row, and he stops at Garrus. He's like, Sir Garrus, I did hear that you fought well at Ender's Folly, and of course, the fight against the Vulture King in the first place. But no, I think you also took an injury, didn't you? It's only been a few months. I wouldn't want anyone to claim I'm taking advantage. No. Here we are, and he settles in front of the rangy Sir Addam Bridington, who is kind of a Liam Neeson-y, right? That 60-ish, late 50s into 60s. I know it's not his actual age, Liam Neeson, but that look and that long, lean build. And Lord Renly stops and puts his hands on his hips, and he goes, Sir Addam of House Harding, before being landed, as I recall. It's been positively ages since I trounced a Reach Knight. Off we go. And he reaches for a lance that is offered to him by his former squire, the Knight of Flowers, Sir Loras Tyrell. And he gives a desultory little poke to Sir Addam Bridington's shield, and then rests the lance up on his shoulder as he saunters off towards his waiting warhorse.
Well, may the 7 be with the better knight.
At this time, you hear a fair amount of wagering going on. The Stormlanders behind him are all boisterously trying to bet the loudest and the most on their liege lord, is basically the vibe that you are picking up. They're all looking around for somebody to take bets on Sir Addam Bridington, because none of the Stormlanders should bet against Renly, right? He's their dude.
Right.
And you can see that the Westerland Knights are taking them up on it pretty casually because they've got fair amounts of money. The Brax brothers from the Westerland that rode here to visit. You can see that they're being pretty free with the coin, and they kind of might be taking advantage of the situation of just knowing, like, these guys are obliged to bet on Renly. It might not be a bet that they even mean. Yeah, it might be. Like, Renly is known as a formidable tourney knight, and everyone points out he's, every inch the look of the redoubtable Robert Baratheon when Robert was Renly's age. So he's definitely got that Baratheon build. He's known to love tourneys and do pretty well in them. But Sir Addam Bridington's kind of an unknown quantity to most of the people here. They know he was a good enough knight to earn landed knighthood in Robert's Rebellion, but they also know that was 20 years ago, right? So they, some of the gamblers just aren't real sure what to make of him. What about House Nymaryen? Does anyone want to take anyone up on an exorbitant bet? Not necessarily exorbitant.
Yeah.
Who wants to bet on Sir Addam Bridington while the Stormlanders are tossing coin in the name of Lord Renly?
I'll get in on that action. I haven't seen either of them joust.
Nope. Sir Adam's the one that taught you lot horse and saddle,
Yeah. So he
along
should be
with
really good.
Strong Rider. So that like you guys know that he and except the Strong Side, your Master at Arms, Sir Derek Mossaway, you lot know that they're pretty good, and they're kind of two of the three legs of the stool that taught you your martial training, right? Sir Adam's the one that leaned most on saddle and lance. The strong side are mostly fighting on foot, and of course your Aunt Elia with archery. So he looms pretty large in the collective memory of the young scions of House Nymaryen as a kind of titan of horsemanship. Uh, Name a Stormlander guest that you would like to wager with, and name a value, and I will tell you if it is too exorbitant or not.
I'm not sure I understood.
Just, we are assuming that all the Stormlanders are willing to wager heavily on Lord Renly. So just kind of name a Stormlander you want to bet with and how much you would like to bet. If it's too much, I'll tell you, you're probably not going to be like, yeah, 500 gold dragons, right? Like that would be too much. But, basically you could just name a visiting Stormlander and how much you would like to wager, and the odds are good that they will say yes.
I'm going to wager with Red Ronic Cunnington.
Okay.
And when I call him out, it'll just be. I absolutely. I've never seen Lord Renly in the saddle at joust, but I know that our man taught us everything we know about horse and lance. So, I'll take my man against your lord.
Name an amount. For the record, his cash limit is going to be among the lower of those that you lot are potentially wagering with, because House Connington's kind of beleaguered in the last 20 years.
50 stacks. How about that?
Sure. Yeah, that he can sign. He lets out a kind of good-natured laugh. He goes, well, it's bold of you to wager against a man you've never seen a saddle. This Sir Addam might have taught you lot what you know, but he taught Sir Loris what he knows. But sure, my beard is red, my lady, but my coins are silver. 50 stags it is.
I think you can learn a lot about a man by how they wager, how they win, how they lose.
All right. Ash, were you wanting to take your pick? Well, I said you want to take your pick from the Stormlanders, and I know the answer. Do you want to take your pick to wager from among the Stormlanders?
Yeah, I'm actually going to hedge this particular bet quietly. I'm going to bet 50 stags against Beric Dondarrion on Addam Bridington, but I'm going to quietly put 100 on Renly as well.
Okay, so 50 silver stags with Lord Beric. And yeah, he cheerfully agrees. He's absolutely, of course, 50 silver in the bank. There's no doubting Lord Renly's martial skills. And he seems to mean it. Like, you don't think he's teasing the way he sometimes is. He feels pretty confident. We
all like an underdog.
And then you're looking for somebody to bet against Renly with. Let's go with one of the Brax brothers.
Okay.
Robert Brax, the second son, so the elder of the two that's here. 1 second as I make a note. So you're putting 100 silver stags on Renly to win with him, 50 silver stags on Addam to win with Lord Beric. All right,
because I basically figure I either win or I get the sting taken out of defeat.
Okay. Bela, Luke, anyone want to sling some coin around?
I'm good. Should have watched it.
Alrighty, Bela.
No, I'm just happy
Okay.
to watch.
All right then. It takes a minute or two, and they get all settled up. And this is the first kind of proper night-on-night bout. So you can see that the crowd is like just jamming in close again. It's almost like it's the first tilt all over again. Everyone is as excited. This is comfortable territory to your guests. Like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to go. Look, they've both got armor on, right? Like, they're like, yeah, no, this is right. Yeah, there's penises up there. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to work.
Finally.
Yeah, and they're back in their comfort zone.
Just spring words like that on me while I'm just like,
You
What?
weren't taking a drink. You were fine.
you startled me.
So yeah, the crowd is definitely excited. Renly has a fine reach horse that you would bet Wyvern's Rest was bred for him by Sir Loris's elder brother, of course, Sir Willis Tyrell. Like you just know that that's a Willis beast. It looks perfect. It is a fierce, just pitch black horse, just like a Baratheon, basically, just black through and through, which makes Renly's shining, I don't say gold armor because it's not like a Lannister thing, but his armor is polished steel, chased in like brass. Like the decorative stuff is very shiny, and it's like a brass trim, kinda. So it's very gleaming and bright armor, and he's beneath the golden tabard of House Baratheon with the black stag on it, and then with this pitch black destrier beneath him, and like he's looking pretty fancy, pretty cool, pretty airbrushed on the side of a van. Top of the time. He's looking pretty neat. And Sir Addam Bridington looks more practical. He is in armor that you've seen him fight in when you rousted some bandits in the weeks before your trip to King's Landing. He was riding with you on those patrols in that breastplate. He's just added more to it for the tourney, and armored up more. But it's this kind of plain battle-scarred stuff that is partially enameled in green, the green field that represents the fertile valley of the Bridington lands. Because, again, he has access to your guys' pretty good smiths. He just doesn't really care about the super fanciness. So he's this kind of worn down old cowboy slouching in the saddle, where Renly is the shining knight on a giant horse, right? Adam's just, probably more at home in the saddle than Renly, but less at home in a tourney, might be how you would think of it. He looks like he's dressed to go off on campaign somewhere, as opposed to Renly, who is pretty clearly dressed either for a tourney or to lead an army on campaign, not be just another knight in the ranks. So it's a very interesting contrast, again, between the two of them, in just kind of a different way. And this time, a reminder of how different even two knights can look in statistically pretty similar armor, statistically pretty similar horses. They both look comfortable in the saddle. They both look comfortable with the lance. Their form is pretty impeccable between both of them on their way up. Both lances shatter cleanly. Both men roll with the impact a bit, but stay in the saddle just fine. So in the first pass,
Nice.
it's just about what you would expect. A pair of men that are both of above average size and are both very technically proficient. You can't help but notice that Renly does seem to have some mass on him. Sir Addam Bridington is more rangy, more lean, whereas Renly has that Baratheon shoulders and some chest. So he's got that mass on him. It looks like Sir Addam might have reach if they were to both be unhorsed and it go to swordplay. Sir Addam might have a couple inches on him in the arms.
We're not
Uh,
doing that.
No, I think the thing was if it was a tie, or no, on a tie they still just saddle back up. So all right.
Yep.
Yeah, if it had been me choosing, I would have let them fight on foot to decide ties, but I think it was decided that might take too long.
All right, the next pass is much the same. Two shattered lances, two kind of grunts of exertion, nobody missing a beat as they ride through and past one another cleanly, splinters and cheers filling the air. The third pass, there we go. Let's give him his quick reroll. Does it? On the third pass, it looks like just the size of Lord Renly comes into play and becomes the deciding factor. As Sir Addam reels in the saddle, and then, perhaps unsurprisingly, isn't as nimbly pimbly as Lady Lance, Elias saying, and he stayed in the saddle a pretty long time for the hit that he took. It looks like Renly went pretty high on that shot, not like a headshot, but high in the shield to try and do this, knock him from the saddle with kind of leverage. And Sir Addam hangs in there for about 3 gallops, just reeling in the saddle, working his core muscles to not quite fall over all the way backwards, and then there he goes. So he almost makes it to the end of the lane, and he's spry as he gets back to his feet. He's clearly not injured, and clearly wishes he could continue to show he's not injured, just for being, a 55-year-old guy that just got rocked out of the saddle by a Baratheon. Like he probably just wants to show. He's like, no, I'm good. Let's do this. It's been a long time since anybody knocked me from the saddle. So he looks fine. He looks kind of rueful as he's, just shaking his head. And he just lets out a whistle that you lot recognize. And his horse comes trotting back to him and shoulder checks him. Like, where's my apple? But he doesn't even have to go get it. He doesn't. And Septon Jim, sorry, I meant to mention, Septon Jim was squiring for him, as the Knight of Flowers was squiring for Renly. But yeah, Septon Jim doesn't even have to catch his horse and bring it back over. Sir Addam just lets out this little tinny kind of metallic sounding whistle that leaks out from his helmet, and his horse comes walking back over to him like, hey, what happened? Where'd you go? Where's my apple? Right?
You're supposed to stay on the back.
Yeah, all the time. And then Sir Addam undoes the ribbon from his spear arm and offers it up to Lord Renly, who stays in the saddle, but does lean over the front of the horse, pretty far, and it has a few words with him, and then you can see Renly kind of melodramatically rolling his shoulder, these broad shoulders made even broader by armor, to show, you can tell he's going man, that was a good hit, type of stuff. So they both seem to be in good spirits and quite chivalrous towards one another. And then after a brief exchange, Renly straightens in the saddle again and lifts the ribbon of House Bridington Um, and the crowd cheers, and the coin changes hands, and everybody's like, yeah, no, this is good. These are knights doing knight stuff, bros being bros. This feels more normal. Um, and there we go. Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws, has now taken his spot as the champion of House Bridington.
I am glad that I bet a little bit each way. That was an overall 50 stag win for me.
As a quick out-of-character note, Renly's stats are some of them that I disagree with the most from the campaign guide, because they've completely, like, he's basically Renly from the show who just kind of does nothing and has no good reputation, as opposed to Renly from the books, where everyone's like, yeah, no, like, he looks just like Robert, and if he was a little meaner, he'd fight like Robert, and, like, we know that in the one tourney that we see on page, it takes the fucking Hound to knock Renly out of the tourney, and that was a good fight, right? So it's just like Renly's pretty good at this stuff, you guys. You know, they
Yeah.
kind of played up the the Playboy charmer a little, I think, too much on the show, and that bled into his stats in that he wasn't kind of martial at all. So yeah, just a word of warning: don't go flipping through the campaign guide looking for a challenge or whatever, because some of these stats are going to be a little different. Yeah, he's a renowned tourney knight among renowned tourney knights. So I don't pump him up real high, but he's better than his stats, I think. So there we go. We're getting some proper knightly shenanigans going on. And with that, the dam seems to have broken. Like, the first knightly lord of the rank that we recognize and are accustomed to, and all that. Like, okay, we got knight on knight stuff, and also the highest ranked among us has gone. So let's do this. And you see Lord Beric Dondarrion give a jaunty little, like, half bow to Lord Bryce Caron, who gives his own little half bow, and it seems like they're getting into a polite off, as they're both insisting which of them should have the right to go, and they are both, significant marcher lords of the Dornish marches that are of pretty equal rank and reputation, and where Lord Beric has his starry purple-struck cloaks, Lord Bryce has his long flowing hair. So they've both got stuff draping as they bow and as they gesture, and they're looking very fancily at one another as they are insisting about who goes next. And then Lord Tremond Gargalin of Salt Shore, a Dornishman, just walks past them with a kind of piratical grin on his face. Just like, fucking Stormlanders, whatever. He's like, fine, if you guys are gonna stand there all day, and it's in good cheer, he doesn't, like, poison them or slip a dagger through their ribs on the way past.
I like you. Not
Yeah, like, this is how they say hi. But he just kind of ruefully shakes his head and doesn't chivalrously wait for those two. He's like, I've already chivalrously waited enough. And he makes his way towards Sir Lucaris. He doesn't make the big, showy Renly Baratheon display of choosing and complimenting and bantering with everyone. He just makes his way towards Luke, and you see this his sigil is a red cockatrice eating a black snake on gold, and it looks a little menacing as he's stalking with purpose towards you, and he grabs up a tourney lance and gives the shield of House Nymaryen a poke, as it hangs over Luke, because you're still using your sigil, but you have the ribbon of House Sandstorm as your kind of decorative stuff.
I'll stand up and I'd give him a nod and I'll go to get my horse.
All right. For funsies, do you want someone to squire for you? Like, it's not really squiring. You can just kind of ask for whatever.
Yeah. Bela, will you do the honor?
Sure. I will.
Have some dice.
You notice that without invitation, Velena Tolan also gets up. Goes, well, I'm not going to be almost the only one sitting here. And she gets up out of her champion's chair and walks off to help Lord Tremond. So it's a Dornish woman in the cheering section for both. And then everybody kind of chuckles as Lord Sir Gareth Drinkwater also just stands up. And he's just, I don't want to be the only one sitting down. And he just stands and faces everybody as all the rest of the champions are taking off. So he and Renly both stand and are no doubt quite clever and charming at one another as everyone else walks off. All right then. You are suiting up. I'm assuming you're in your heavy armor.
Yeah, I'm wearing my half plate, my Castle Forged half plate.
Yeah.
So it's pretty heavy, although it has been modified to be as light and agile as possible.
Yeah, you've got the Castle Forged going for you. Lord Tremond is also in kind of Dornish plate, right? The not quite full plate mail that is still practical, more practical in Dorne. And yeah, it doesn't take long for the knights and their lady squires to get all arranged. Anybody looking to place some bets?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna bet on Luke.
Anyone in particular
Sounds so dubious.
Anyone in particular you'd like to place the wager with? It doesn't particularly matter as long as they're reasonable sums. Almost anyone will take you up on them. It's just if you're looking for the opportunity to roleplay with somebody, the wagers are kind of a chance to establish that contact. For instance, Red Run at Connington seems to have lingered over in the, at the edges of the viewing box to potentially talk with Reyna later.
Are you suggesting that I talk to him?
No, just it's your call. If there's someone you would like to establish contact with, this is a way to make the GM take a note that you have established contact with them. So
Right. Okay. Sure. I'm going to pick Garth Greysteel then.
All right. How much you looking to wager?
I'm gonna wager 100 stags in favor of my brother.
All right.
And if I might make a suggestion, Sir Garth.
I don't want to say he looks down on you because that sounds ruder. He looks at you and it's kind of down because he's a pretty big guy. But yeah, he kind of he cheerfully takes the bet in the good humor of somebody from a fantastically wealthy house, and then he kind of does a double take and he goes, "Oh, aye, what is it, lad?"
My sister Bela very much values and appreciates martial prowess. I think it might speak well of you if you had the boldness to challenge her in the joust.
Oh.
I'm
He
aware.
gives
I'm aware that you are potentially interested in her hand, and there are a few quicker ways to her heart than by showing your prowess in battle or something similar.
He gives you a squint that isn't quite suspicion, right? Like it's not like I don't trust this. It's just like a can see how that might work. Kind of squint. For the record, I have decided who is playing Garth Greysteel. It's Josh Brolin, but
Cool.
younger. So he's got those kind of craggy features. So it's not Thanos age Josh Brolin.
Erica
Okay.
looking up Josh
Oh,
Brolin.
cool.
Look at well, Josh Brolin when he was young was very hot.
So, but he's got those kind of craggy features, and that deep voice. I'm not going to try and do a Thanos voice, partially because I don't have to. I already talk like Russell Zimmerman. Um, but yeah, he's got that kind of deep, barrel-chested voice, and that not quite gruff demeanor that Josh Brolin tends to have in a lot of his characters. So yeah, he gives you a look. I'll consider it, lad. I'll wait until tomorrow. I'm sure the lords like to have their day, but I'll think on it.
Just a suggestion. That's all. A little bit of advice from someone who knows Bela quite well.
Also a tourney champion, I believe I heard. We were talked about goings on in King's Landing on the ride here.
Oh, indeed, she.
Addam, the archer, they called you, but I heard she held her own in the joust.
Very well, yes, she floored not one but two Kingsguards.
The blue bard thing that's the way here, I think.
Exactly, and she helped to fight the king himself to a standstill.
Her and that bastard, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Well, even 2-on-1, that's no mean feat. It's Robert
Certainly.
Baratheon.
Certainly not against Robert Baratheon. Yes.
Lad, I'll think on it tonight, but in the meantime, I'll take your wager. 100 silver.
So he's
Anybody
gonna
else?
ride up and down and wave at everybody as he prepares to do the joust.
You get plenty of waves back. You guys notice Elia has recovered, and she's now sitting on the divider, like the barrier thing that's up to keep the crowd out of the way. She's up on it, like she's like still technically on the other side is what she's gonna go with. I'm not on the ground in the tourney field, so like that's you can almost hear her. Like so she's sitting up on top of the fence, but she is letting out these like big sharp whistles, and cheering for you. She's like, "Whoa, Nymaryen! Yeah, whoa!" Obara isn't. Obara is just kind of looming next to her, with her broad arms crossed, but she's not cheering for the other guy. So yeah, the piercing tones of Elias Sand cut through the crowd as her higher pitched 14-year-old woo girl pierces your eardrums.
I will smile to see she is okay, but my eardrums will be gone.
Reyna, any wagers?
I will bet on Luke, and we'll see how this goes.
Red Ronick Connington has lingered there after paying you the coin. He's just got receiving the
I have
coin.
to pay him.
Yeah, receiving the coin. I know what I meant to say. But you notice he's kind of leaning against the fancy host viewing box, looking kind of cool, kind of half sitting on it, ankles crossed, just comfortably happening to stay here, pretty close to you, pretty close.
Well, why don't you give me a chance to win that silver back? I'll wager on my brother.
Like, all right, what we know about Red Ronnie Connington is not great. He's not awful, but he's not great. So I'm just gonna like, he says something awful and racist, but not meanly. It's kind of where I'm going. He's like,
Oh, like when your grandpa's accidentally erased.
right. Like, but he's just like, he's like, uh, for what I've heard, either of these Dornishmen fight as well as the other. I'll take your wager. So he's not like, you're all goat fuckers, right? Like he's not like going right to the awful Dornish stuff, but you can tell he's just disinterested in the martial prowess of the Dornish, like professionally, right? Like it's his job to not take them seriously as knights, and like he might have just freaking forgotten he's talking about your brother and your people, you know, like, but so it's not like mean spirited, and he's got this smile poking out from his red beard more often than not that you think means he's teasing, or at least ready to say he's joking about half the time. Like you just always see him kind of laughing with or at the other knights, and it just kind of seems to be his default setting, is this kind of sometimes mean-spirited, but almost always laughter, right? That just kind of a jock version of Mary Crane, right? Like Mary Crane with male privilege, right? That sort of thing. So he seems, you know, he gives a good-natured shrug and a good-natured slur, and takes your good-natured bet. So yeah, there we go. He's a little rough around the edges.
I just watched him sort of dropping on like Raina's sort of chart of
Just
like
do
who-
the. I can see
Yeah,
it in
it's
her eyes.
Bela and Rainer are just like, well, the good news is he only talked bad about the fighting prowess of Dornish men, so he didn't technically insult me. Just
Bela going,
about the others.
guy for you because it sounds like he sucks and I'll totally kill that guy for you.
So, all right, the jousters are lined up. The siblings of the jousters are acting upon some betrothal potentials from last episode in the crowd. They're both touching base with various potentials, but it is time. And for this, we're actually gonna be rolling the dice properly, not
Just
the nonsense.
involved.
Yeah, not the quick stuff that I've been doing with the
So-
NPCs.
Luke is going to brace himself in the saddle. Saddle.
I mean, it's
22.
important to brace yourself in Seattle right now, also.
Well, yeah, just in general. And after the nonsense he was involved in the Battle of the Vulture King, where he was in that melee of multiple horse charges, this is nothing. There's no concern
Yeah,
whatsoever.
There's only one of you. There were
This
like
is a wave
60 of
after
them.
wave. He's taking it seriously because he doesn't want to be jokers
Yeah,
in the
but
hand
he's
of the
just
beginner,
not-
but he's
Not
just calm.
afraid. Yeah. For those of you that want to play along from home, just so you know, the jousting rules are on page 168-ish. 167 or so is where they start. Then when they go into 168, 169 in the Game of Thrones edition core RPG. Jousts are very interesting mechanics. They're very different from how most fights go. So if you want to keep an eye on things from home, those are the pages to look at. And there we go. So we're going to do simultaneous strikes. And
Okay.
you said you were going braced, correct?
Race 2, yeah. So it'll be 2 off my attack, and then 2 more to my handle animal to stay in saddle. And it's a charge,
All right.
so we keep 1
So-
less dice, is that correct?
You keep one less, yeah.
Okay,
So
and it's
you
plus 2 more
roll,
for the damage.
yeah, you roll fighting plus spears plus animal handling, and you keep fighting minus 1 is the
Okay.
totals there.
I've got a 5, 6, and a 3. So that is going to be 11, 14. A total of +1 and -2, so 13. I've got a bunch of 1s and 2s, so I will see how this goes before I switch anything fancy.
All right, and your total then was a 13. You said
13, yeah.
All right. And then 1 second. His passive animal handling is for the record, just so you can make an informed decision, and especially because it's your first tilt, and especially because you just got a destiny point, if you can add 1 to that roll, it will be another degree of success.
I could add 2, so I will spend the destiny point to keep that extra 2.
Okay. I know you had a shitty handful of dice there, but like,
2 good dice, and the rest were.
Yeah, like
Fine.
you've got to be able to add at least 1. So all right. So
Yeah.
with that, and for the record, he hit you with a 16. For just in terms of.
My passive is 11.
All right, so you both end up with 2 degrees of success on one another. Lance's strike, Lance's shatter, everything's good there. And then you both must make animal handling 12 tests to stay in the saddle, which is also, it's a ride check, so you get the normal ride bonus dice.
Yeah, I've got 9, and then 4 more is 13, plus I have 15.
All right, he also stays in the saddle. So both solid hits. You will take Tourney Lance damage is 8, which I believe your armor absorbs.
Yeah, I have 9 armor.
Right. Okay, so you're good. One of the house rules that we have that might not be a house rule, might be intended, is Tourney Lances don't stage in damage since they're built to break, so that people aren't getting one-shotted all the time, because otherwise
Yeah.
So that's just something to mention again for those of you keeping on it from home. Like maybe if you were using a Tourney Lance to kill somebody in an emergency, like it's the only weapon you could find, we might let it stage or whatever. But yeah, so there's that. So first pass, both broken lances. Both of you stayed in the saddle by at least a couple of points. So like neither of you just barely squeaked it in. So here we go. Next passes.
Okay, I got another lance, and I head on down the field.
What's your stance? You're still
Brace
doing
again.
the same one? Okay.
Yeah, I should have said my roll, but yeah.
No problem. Yeah, I tried to catch it before I heard your dice finish their clattering.
I've got not a good roll. I've got 12. Minus 1 is 11.
All right, that is a hit. So that's 1 degree of success, and your lance does shatter appropriately. Like you look good. He got a 14 against you.
Okay. I'm gonna roll my animal handling.
Right. He keeps his saddle like a champ, rolling boxcars.
All right, I got a total of 13 to stay in the saddle.
All right, you are both fine. Next pass.
Wait. I gotta shatter the lance.
Oh, you got to do that thing? Okay, thanks. It's a very wet sounding lance break.
Well, I got it too close to my mouth. I'm sorry.
This is not a Sprite commercial, Felicia.
I
This is
can't
breaking
make
lance.
that cool sound. Give me some
All right.
pencils. I'll break them.
Next pass, same stance.
Let's keep the same stance. Yeah,
All right.
I'll keep the same stance. I cannot top.
Oh,
He has just been in a balanced default, good all around stance against you. For the record, He hasn't
Okay.
been mixing that up that you've seen. And here we go.
Come on, Luke.
All right, I've got a total of 14 with the modifiers.
All right, that is 2 degrees of success. His total on you is a 17.
Hey.
He's getting to keep like nothing but his 5s and 6s, basically.
I've been getting like 1 or 2 good die, and the rest of them just been.
Yeah.
So I will animal handling. What do I need for it?
What's your passive animal handle?
It is 11.
So yeah, you'll need a 12.
Okay, well that was a good dice. I've got a like 20 something.
Yay!
Good.
19.
Nice. So Luke keeps his saddle better. For the record, this guy got a 13, needing a 12. So like you had degrees of success. So you definitely looked more steady in the saddle than he did on that pass. But third pass, still nobody sent reeling. Fourth pass, let's do this.
Okay, same stance. Okay, I've got 8 and 5 is 13. Total is going to be -1 is 12. I like to spend all my destiny points to keep an extra 4.
All right, that gets you a 16.
16
Sounds like.
altogether. Yep.
All righty. 1 second. He hit you with an 18, so you are once again looking for a 12 on an animal handle check.
Okay.
And so is he, and he rolled an 8.
I got a 12, although not by much. I got 6, 5 is
All
9,
right.
3 is 12, and then plus the 2, I got 14.
Nice!
So you are twisting in the saddle and threatening to fall, but perhaps bolstered by the sound of a metal garbage can filled with meat hitting the ground behind you. This is
Ow!
what it sounds like when a knight hits the ground. So bolstered some by that, you are able to cling to the saddle, and you stay champion, and are in fact the first champion to maintain their championship.
Okay, I wave to everyone and then do a lap, and I come back and I help them up and give them a handshake and all that. So.
Yay!
Yeah, and he seems to be fine. He's got his helmet off almost immediately, but that's not unusual for a Dornishman. And it's not to like throw it at you or start cursing your family or whatever. He's just like, no, fucking.
Hey, if we get out of this without a try of like 7, I figure we're doing good. So.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So, yeah, he seems to be
Well
in
struck,
relatively good spirits for it. I thought I had you on the second pass.
Almost did.
Good done. Good job. Good job. Oh, well. And off he goes to have a drink, kind of ruefully shaking his head as the other knights are continuing to cheer you instead of him because, you know, he won, he lost. No hard spirits there, though. And Velena Toland congratulates you just like everyone else did after squaring for the enemy. So no malice there, etc., etc. How gracious or ungracious, there we go. I'm like, how good a winner are people looking to be here as they're collecting their coin?
I'm amused by it all, so I am charmingly smug. And we'll see how he takes that.
Yeah, he
Rock
kind of
slip.
he sheepishly grins and shakes his head as he hands over the coin. And Sir Garth just seems, I don't want to say disinterested in the coin, right? But he's just like, yeah, whatever, here you go. Like, here's your roll of quarters, right? He's not worried by it, and he's not resentful or, you know, whatever. And you can tell that he's, now that the joust is over, you know, like he's pretty clearly watching your sister as she strides back over to the champion chairs and stuff like that. So
I have planted a seed. I am happy. Good, good.
Competition is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help my siblings make their decisions by increasing exposure. I'm helping
You are helping.
whatsoever.
No ulterior motives at all.
None.
Just being helpful.
Yeah. I'm being a helpy helper.
after that, once again, comparatively normal round of jousting. Um, Next up, it doesn't take nearly as long for the next lord to arrive and to choose to level his lance against one of the champions of House Nymaryen as Lord Beric Dondarrion, with a dashing half cloak catching the wind and adding a splash of color to his black plate mail, makes his way towards Bela's shield.
Ooh.
Just like in my fanfic.
Some banter over his shoulder as he walks away from Bryce Karen. Beric might have pulled rank for being there for the Vulture King fight. You can picture that. Like, well, I was first there also, right? Like, so it looks like he said something that's got Beric laughing as he walks away. So it could be lots. It's Beric. But yeah, he makes his way right up towards Lady Bela and her thing, and Edric Dane trots up with a tourney lance and looking excited. And Lord Beric gives you a surprisingly graceful bow for somebody that's in the plate mail he's about to joust in. It's the type of thing that takes practice, keeping your balance. And he goes, "My lady, I believe it is time. Come, let two veterans of the War of the Vulture King do battle that some of those who missed us on the field might have seen what it was like."
It would be my pleasure, my lord, but I'm afraid it will be I returning to sit upon this comfy chair.
"We shall leave it to the hands of the seven," he says. And he and Edric head off towards his horse.
All right.
I'm betting on
Luke, would you return the favor?
Luke is like still sweating out her breath. Yeah. Yeah. Let me get your
Sure.
stuff. But just wine down, he hasn't drank yet.
Give me 1 second as I
Sure.
zoom in the PDF.
So yeah,
He's a good writer, but you got this.
I'll put on the rest of my armor over the gambeson and the helmet and head off to my horse, my castle forged, well, castle quality, castle bred horse.
Castle bread.
Whatever.
That's it.
That's-
Yeah,
Your
I'm
castle
gonna
horse.
put that
with my castle forged
just in case.
brigantine armor and
Yes.
Valyrian steel spear, sunfire.
Sunfire, there we go. And yeah, he's got his black armor that is edged just barely in a deep dark purple, which is the color of the lightning bolt. So it's a pretty dark armor that just when the light catches it just right, you see these kind of flashes of the purple decoration on it. He's looking pretty dapper. He looks like he knows it. He makes almost as large a show of taking off his cloak and offering it to Edric as he does of taking the tourney lance from Edric. Like, this also is part of the formal ritual of prior to this. And all right, let's assemble those die pools. So it's going to be fighting plus spears plus animal handling, and then you keep fighting -1.
Yep.
I'm torn between amusement and concern.
For the
Uh,
record, I have 10 dice that I'm rolling, keeping
Oi.
3.
And
And
while those die pools are being gathered, what bets want to be made by the other siblings that aren't busy?
I'm going to go 100 on Bela, 50 on Beric.
Okay. Anyone in particular you're wanting to roleplay those with, or just
Um,
some knight?
I hadn't thought that far ahead. Don't have a particular preference. There wasn't anyone I was like. Well, yeah, no, not
Nice.
right.
It's
This
fine. It
minute.
doesn't. You don't have to. It's fine.
Sure.
Bela, any wagering?
Baila.
I mean,
Reyna,
okay.
any wagering?
Right, and who would you like to bet on?
Baila. And Baila, I guess.
Nice.
All right. You gonna bet with Red Ronnet, or gonna?
Find the irony of that amusing as fuck. So yes.
All right. So you're betting on the Dornish woman against the Stormland Knight. He lets out a perhaps involuntary scoff, like you have made a mistake. Like, I can't believe you're gonna bet on some woman against Blackhaven. Like, are you sure? Like, he doesn't, double check. Like, he's like, okay, like, yes, all right. So he will eagerly place that bet, and you can tell he's already counting his coin in
He's a
his hand.
fool.
Actually, like, just like picking, like, is Parman Crane available for betting against?
Sure. Yeah, you can make your way over to him. He is not with his sister. His sister's with the ladies.
Yeah, and
Even though he's not of high enough rank to probably joust today, there's still kind of a clear divide of the knights that are eligible to joust making a show of that and kind of not hanging out with the girls on day one, right? So he's just in there with the kind of the other knights. But yeah, he gives you a polite smile and nod, and young Lord Addam, though perhaps a bit less young than when last we met.
only slightly. It's nice to see you again, Sir Parman.
And you, thank you for the invitation. Meredith was even more excited than I was to come to a tourney for once. A queer girl.
Well, I mean, I presume you have heard about the match with my brother.
The potential match. Yes, we'll
Yes,
see how
potential.
things progress.
Yes, I was just curious as to what you thought of it.
Seems a fine enough match to me. There's certainly no doubting the history of House Nymaryen or the recent string of successes, though I do think perhaps Mary is more excited about going riding and hawking with your sisters than anything in particular she has planned with your brother. Please don't tell him I said so, or her.
I'm being used.
Well, you can, as always, count on my discretion, sir.
Her story was a warning, not a joke.
But I suppose that's the bonus of all Nymaryens, is that we come with such charming siblings.
That must be nice. He shakes his head. That girl. I swear the riding and the hawking is the only reason she came. But we'll see. This Dornish heat might take it out of her.
Well, yes, some of the more northerly folk seem to be wilting a bit. It took me a while to get used to it when I came back.
We'll see. Perhaps that'll sap some of the excitement from her, and she'll focus on more appropriate things.
I was just like kind of a little nod, but he's got like, yeah, don't count on it.
Okay then.
I'm
That,
interested in the shenanigans.
so there's the gambling. Let's roll some dice.
Okay. I'm also going to brace in the beginning, not wanting to lose it on the
Alrighty.
first pass.
1 second. Let me remember. He is going to ride high in the saddle because Lord Beric Dondarrion does nothing by half measures. So he's high in the saddle, trying to get a slight height advantage, which gives him a bonus to fighting tests and the same penalty to his animal handling test to stay in the saddle. So it's a pretty bold and an aggressive style of riding. So all right, let's sling them bones.
Oh, Bela.
Just don't break him.
I have a 16 on my test.
All right, and his passive ride. 1 second. Passive ride is a 14. So that is 1 degree of success. So he will need to make a roll to stay in the saddle.
It's gonna be tough fight for me.
It probably is. He's pretty good at this. He got a 17 against you.
I'm a 13.
Or, sorry, excuse me. Because he's high in the saddle, he got a 19
Ooh.
against you.
Okay.
Right after talking about his bonus, I forgot about his bonus because I'm smart. So yeah, you're sitting at a 19. What's your passive ride?
13.
So that's 2 degrees on you. So you need a 12. He needs a 9. But he did give himself a penalty. So we'll see if that helps.
I have a 19, so I have no trouble.
You stayed in by 6. He stayed in by 3. So both of you are keeping your saddle pretty handily, but you are more so in the saddle. It looks like he's definitely going more aggro than you and almost paid for it. But there we go. First pass, shattered lances. Everybody's still a saddle, and everybody's looking pretty good because you're both like pretty technically proficient at this.
Okay, I'm going to try to go to a normal stance this time, just neutral.
All right. He is staying high in the saddle as the two of you clash midfield. Oh no.
Half of my dice came up 6s. I'd like to use a destiny point to keep an additional 1.
Nice.
That's a good call. Yeah, his didn't. His didn't. He was rolling, for Lord Beric here, he's rolling 10 dice and keeping 3. And he's keeping a 4.
Ooh.
Like he did not stick with the super high totals. Now that is still a 17 for him because he's staying high in the saddle. But I think he's about to regret staying high in the saddle. Your total, with keeping the extra, your total is a what?
25.
That's not too bad, I guess. If you like winning things. All right, so his passive rod, so that's 3 degrees. He needs to make this roll. He's got a penalty from high in the saddle, but does have a bonus from turning out. It's a little. Oh Jesus, really? And that's even with a. Yeah. Even with a destiny point, he is not going to make that. He rolled 3 ones on 5 fucking dice.
Wow.
3/5 of his dice were ones.
That's about how I was rolling.
I'm like, there's just nothing you can do for that. So, his hit on you, you're going to need a 12 again. And your hit on him, or no, you're going to need a...
You know,
it was-
9. I got
a
13.
Yeah, I was off by 1. I forgot how poorly he rolled. So you needed 9. Your hit on him, he needed a 15. And after his bonuses, he had an 11. With a destiny point, he could have had a 12. With 3
Yikes.
destiny points, he could have had a 13. Yeah. So, he is knocked from the saddle as you are able to kind of take advantage of his feet being hard in the stirrups and him kind of lifting himself up and attacking from higher. You are able to punish him for that aggression, and he isn't, thunderstruck, sent reeling, because he didn't fail by like more than a degree of success or whatever, but he is soundly knocked from the saddle and dragged for a few feet as one of his feet stubbornly stays in the stirrup as he's like, I can stay in the saddle. No, I can't. All right, let's go. Just dragged for a couple of feet before he's able to kick himself free. And he lays there for just a moment mid-field. So the champions and in the viewing box, you guys can just hear him go. And then he clambers to his feet without injury or groaning in pain or anything like that. But he just lays there for a second, like, fuck, I'm gonna hear about this for a while. So yeah, he gets
It's
up.
so fault.
And he stands and reaches for his helmet, and he takes it off and offers it to young Squire Lord Edric Dane. And then he just kind of, I'm assuming you're gonna like approach him to be not shitty,
Yes.
not like you're writing him down or whatever. But as you come riding up, he talks nominally to Bela, but it is certainly loud enough that everyone else can hear. And he goes, that's why I take off my cloak first. And makes a big show of brushing himself off a little bit before taking the cloak back from Edric and swirling it up and over his shoulders and trying to make it look like he just did the whole thing on purpose. But yeah, that was pretty solid backsy fortsy there.
Well fought, my lord.
Red Ronnet hands over. He has to stop and like count the coin real quick to see like what he's got left, what he's got. He hands one over to you.
I think we're passing the same 100 like back and forth.
Yeah, but this was 2 in a row that he lost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he hands it over to you, and then he's kind of shaking his head. He goes, "A moment, if you please, my lady. Sefton, forgive me." And Sefton Jim's just kind of sitting there within earshot. And he's
It's
like,
like, what?
and then Red Ronnet, who isn't in armor today, so he's able to pretty nimbly-pimbly, no gauntlets, like thin, dress gloves on. He sidearm whips a copper coin, like he's skipping a stone, and it pinks off of Barrick's armor. He's just there, Dondarrion, might as well cost me another. And there's uproarious laughter from the other side of the field. And Edric's like, should I punch him? Like what do I do? Like, is that an attack? Like he's like, what? He just looks startled by it all. Like, was that a fucking sling stone? What the shit? He's like looking around, and Barrick looks taken aback for a moment, um, and then he laughs and raises his voice. Ronit, did you bet against our hosts? Terribly discourteous of you, old chap. I'll cover your bet. And just kind of good-naturedly waves it off, and offers to cover that debt for him later.
I'll accept that.
And while doing so, his gaze lingers, perhaps a moment longer than it should, on the viewer's dais. Uh, no doubt looking at Septon Jim or the Lady Iris Janet,
That sexy beast.
or losing himself in Red Ronnet Connington's flame red hair.
Is it,
We'll just never know who he's looking at.
maybe he's got a thing for gingers and cassocks.
It's a mystery. We'll never
It's a
we'll never
mystery.
know. We'll never know why he might want to pay 100 silver of someone else's debt to be delivered to a better later on. Who can tell?
An unknown Betor.
Just whoever it might have been. No doubt that well-coined Septon, or the famously wealthy Iris Dennett. So yeah, there's some good cheer and backsy fortsy there, razzing one another a little bit. And you see Edric looking a little smug as he picks up the copper coin and makes a big show of putting it in his pocket, and glaring at Red Ronnet like he's daring him to try and come take it. And with that, we're going to take a little break from the joust. It looks like honor has been satisfied a bit, and everybody's content to go give, Beric Dondarrion shit for a little while. Bryce Karen looks a little less eager to step up after seeing a couple of those seats defended, or maybe it was part of how Beric got him to stay behind for a moment. Maybe he was just like, Beric, you unhorse her, and then I'll go beat you. Right? Who knows? But he looks like he's pausing for a moment. So let's get in any last-minute kind of role play, and then I think we're going to say, when we get back from break, we'll cut over to the first qualifying rounds of archery, because they're supposed to happen before the end of day one here. So we'll just say that the joust is going to kind of slow down a little after a couple good rounds, and we'll take our break after this role play, and then we'll go do some archery. So we got a little bit of back and forth with the Red Ronnet there. Luke, Bela, Addam, anyone else? You can
Luke's
chat.
gonna look at Bela as she, kind of rides back, and look over at Valena, and go, well, Lady Valena, at this rate, Lady Iris may have to settle for a bride instead of a husband.
We should all be so lucky, she says, like very pointedly grinning as she makes eye contact specifically with you, but definitely playing along with the Dornish lesbian humor.
Luke grins. This is what he was looking for.
I just chuckle as I ride past.
Gotta have a go.
Addam, anyone you're wanting to hang out with, roleplay with, anything like that?
Not right this minute, no.
Okay, then. Let's go ahead and cut to our break screen, and we will be back after the break for some arrows to go a-flying.
Hi.
everybody. Welcome back to Westeros. We are back from our break. We are back from an in-character early to mid-afternoon of hot lance-on-lance action. Please don't
Ah.
Google image search that. And we are ready to move away from the joust for the day and go watch some arrows fly. So, as everyone is kind of shifting over, Sir Garrus Drinkwater has a little jaunty spring in his step as he's just chatting with everybody. Clearly, they're all just afraid to challenge me. And it's just kind of razzing everybody on his way over and in the, just enjoying perhaps being off the hook. Valena Tolan just shakes her head and doesn't even bother like punching him in the arm or whatever. And yeah, so just Renly, of course, laughs out loud at the joke graciously, and then says, "Well, I know I certainly was," and just having a good old time, being very polite with everybody, laughing along with everyone.
It's the whole reason I joined up as a champion. I don't want to challenge him either.
I'm almost tempted to challenge someone myself just to try and make people do it.
And you notice, though, that Renly does kind of drift away from the other joust champions to go mingle with the Highborn of the Reach and several of his sworn lords. But again, it's like really casual and smooth and does not leave anybody feeling spurned or scorned. Like, it's just this kind of amiable drifting over this way. I'm going to go be likable over here, right? In this very practiced social creature type of way. And then you guys are in a field that is getting ready for some archery. So who wants to kick this off and kind of describe the setup and stuff like that?
I've got that. So at the do you want the out of character first or the in character first?
Gentleman's choice.
Right, well, Addam will stand up in the box and address the assembled archers and greet them. Archers, welcome to the first of your tests of skill. You are each competing for the prize of a fine ironwood longbow, 400 gold dragons, and a seat of honour at our closing feast. We begin qualifications today, shooting 3 arrows each at moderate range. Those who score highly enough will move on to the next round of competition tomorrow. Good luck. So what that means out of character is they've got to hit or surpass a score threshold of 35 across 3 arrow shots to qualify for the next round. The scores are worked out as the result of all 3 of the rolls get added together. And Rusty apparently has a dice bot ready to roll for the big game, big name, not big game, for the big NPCs.
Joke's on you, Rusty actually already rolled. I did a bunch of rolling already and have scribbled down their totals for the day, just because it's a lot. And I also populated the field thanks to a name generator with a handful of previously unknown NPCs that are just veteran archers from among your units here at home, etc., etc. So we've got a pretty good total number here of archers that show up. You guys are a pretty archery-heavy house, and you guys have a pretty generous, stinking reward up for grabs, right? Even to Highborn, 400 gold dragons isn't anything to sneeze at.
Well, I heard that I wanted to sign up.
It's like a couple of wealth points, isn't it?
Yeah,
Two.
it's 2 wealth points. So it's a lot, along with, of course, the bow and the prestige. But the thing is,
Rusty, is Aunt Elia here?
just calm down.
Sorry.
Hold your horse.
Like the thing is, it isn't generally something that many of the highborn compete in, because it tends to be seen as something of a commoner's weapon, unless you're using it to hunt, right, or a type of thing. So
Or kill your enemies.
don't have well, but if it's being used to kill your enemies, you shouldn't be the one doing it. To most highborn, you should be in heavy armor on a horse instead, right? So it's just not a weapon that most people at a tourney, most knights and lords, are terribly proud of being good with. That, of course, is no uh, burden, no hurdle, no difficulty to a bunch of archers from the House Nymaryen military units of various scouts and archers and stuff, nor to a bastard like Sorella Sand, who takes her place in the archery line amidst the groups of grown men and women with those broad-shouldered archer builds and all the muscles across the back and chest that come from hours of practice in, drill type formation shooting. So you've got about 100 competitors. Most of them are your military folk, but you've got Sorella Sand, who stands out a little bit, and is of course a sand snake famed for her archery. You've got little Robert Frey, who stands out because it's like height, 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 Robert, height, 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 right? Because he's still like 13 years old. So he's a little guy, but he's pretty good with that bow of his. He didn't do poorly in the tourney in King's Landing, and he's been practicing pretty diligently since then. Alisane Mormont isn't much help. The knight that he is squiring for isn't exactly an expert archer, but he has been down here in Dorne with House Nymaryen for the last several months. And a lot of these archers around here have been, when he's not busy squiring for Lady Alisane, which is most of the time because she's not a lady or a knight. There's not a lot of squiring to do. She's like, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like Addam would have specifically been taking little Robert kind of under his wing. So they've they've certainly been arching together.
Yeah, so he's had been filling his free time with that. And he actually also has a better bow. He doesn't have the ratty old used short bow that he had in the past. You suspect it was a gift from just the Nymaryens troops in general after the Vulture King campaign. It would have been child's play for them to just maybe even give the bow of a fallen soldier to him. But he's got like a proper double curve bow. And you notice that about a third of the archers walking past him, like once everybody lines up, some of them are going further down the field. It looks like about a third of them are tousling his hair. Like for
Aww.
past. He's like, God, quit it. And he keeps on reaching up and trying to unmuss it. And then on cue, somebody comes by and runs those, calloused 3 fingers through his hair, and I walk by. So he's out there, and pretty notably, and he will appreciate that destiny point. For how he started squiring for her, Qatar, was when Alisane Mormont got filled with bearish wanderlust and decided to go to King's Landing after they received an invitation by rote civility, not expecting anyone to leave Bear Island and come to a tourney. The last time that happened was with Jorah Mormont, and nothing good happened from it. But she just decided, like, fuck it, I haven't been to King's Landing. So she decided to go to King's Landing. and she was making her way through the Twins in House Frey lands, crossing that river, coming south, making her way down, and Lord Walder Frey seemed amused by her, basically, and just thought it would be funny to lavish her with knightly praise and etiquette and stuff, and then to insist that she take one of his grandsons to squire, because a knight should have a squire, and Seven knows I've got enough of the damn things, so here, and basically just pawned off a grandkid on her as basically a joke. Um, but I mean, little Robert's gotten to like go to war and shit, so like he's getting valuable life experience.
And jokes on Walder, we're gonna like make sure he turns into a good person.
And then we're gonna kill the 64 people between him and the seat of the Twins, and just murder our way up. But yeah, so Walter Frey basically just gave him away as a joke, which you'll remember some of his cousins were. I think one was his. I think one of them was actually like his nephew or something weird like that. The way the fucking Freys work, but you remember some of the Frey children were basically torturing him for it, up to and including lashing him to a pole and trying to carry him into the woods for something, maybe to start a
For
fire.
a joke.
Like they're gonna cook him or something over a fire. Who knows? They might have just
Just a
dumped
childhood Jake.
just normal, just kids being kids. They say tying a noose,
He's being phrased.
Yeah, phrase being phrased a little bit closer.
So yeah, he's been saved from that at least.
Yeah. So, but clearly his, just kind of good nature has gotten him pretty popular in the barracks, and the hard work he's putting into archery, and you can tell that he's harnessing his pubescent growth spurts into the bow, and like you're pretty sure because it's been a big couple of months for somebody that's 12 going on 13. Like you're pretty sure he's growing, like visibly. So he's filling out, getting good with the bow. So there's little Robert Frey, who stands out by being a little bit smaller than everyone else. Sorella Sand is, actually pretty built for a girl of her age and fits in with the archers. Little Robert is little Robert. But then, standing out for the opposite reason is Sir Balin Swan, who looms about a head taller than the archers on either side of him, and who, of course, is dressed appropriately for a night at a tourney. He's got on that, he's wearing like his gambeson as coat type of look, to remind everyone that he is every inch the knight. Bayless checked. Sorry, couldn't help it. But still very much a knight and not some low-born poacher or whatever. But he is good enough with the Morning Star and the Lance that you can tell the Stormlanders stopped giving him shit for being good with the bow some time ago. Nobody is taunting him for this. He's not casting any looks over his shoulder like, shut up, you guys, because you get the feeling he just pounded that shit out of his peers over the last 10 years or so of weapons training. So he's there, looking completely comfortable and at home with this powerful-looking longbow, standing out from the crowd. And then finally, standing out from the crowd, because she saunters in about 30 seconds late, is Aunt Elia, who walks in after the speech and hurriedly handing a goblet off to someone else, and then just making kind of a show of, you, come here, and pointing at one of the archers that isn't in the lineup, that's just kind of in the crowd, and borrowing a bow from someone. And she's just making a show of not even using her own stuff, not taking it very seriously, reminding everyone that if she's got to compete against Stormlanders, she doesn't need to do her best to beat them. Is kind of the vibe.
What is wrong with our family?
Nothing. We're
That's a
perfect.
good question.
Every one of us.
It's
How long-
only it's
Or how
only
long?
it's only dysfunction if you're not still winning at things.
That's a really good way of putting it.
Like we're
I'm going to use that in my defense next time I'm a disaster.
right. Like we're a functional dysfunctional
You
family.
can't have a
So
hangover if you don't stop
just
drinking.
balances out.
Ah.
And so the three arrows commence to flying. And most of these archers shoot them pretty quickly. There doesn't seem to be, I didn't hear like you've got 10 seconds, or whatever. But most of these archers are, military trained, and are going to just kind of shoot at that pace. And you notice most of them shooting in time with the archers on either side of them, right? Like just kind of out of practice, they're kind of volleying together. But you notice Aunt Elia is quite a bit quicker. You notice that Sorella Sand is kind of peeking towards Aunt Elia and trying to match her pace. You notice Sir Balin Swan shooting, like falling into the rhythm and shooting his last two arrows at the military pace of the archers around him in kind of a good-natured, soldierly way. But little Robert Frey is working hard. Like he is taking his time and, aiming each shot very carefully, holding each shot a little bit longer, like on the follow through than he has to. Like he is making himself hold the pose until he sees the arrow hit. That way he knows his follow through's good, right? He's like textbook doing it. And it seems to pay off. Because what I'm going to do with the destiny point that little Robert got is just retroactively have him spend it because he doesn't know how he got it or why, or that he was already going to qualify. But on the tab of the die rolls that I've got, I'm just going to have him go ahead and spend that to give himself a boost. And he is actually in second place behind Aunt Elia. 2 points behind him, tied, came Sorella Sand and Balin Swan. But yeah, the extra die got little Robert Frey second place. Aunt Elia was 6 points ahead of anybody. He is a few points behind her and a few points ahead of Sorella Sand and Sir Balin, who are tied at a very high total. And then you also have a fair number of veterans, one and all, that make it through. Ash, you recognize them. About 3/4 of them are from the unit you personally led, but you were kind of in charge of all of the archers, so you recognize
Nice.
a lot of them. But Stelero and Araphos, Eranera and Madeline, Jurin, Darn, and Darren all make it. Most of them have unofficial surnames. That's the Tanner's kid, or, whatever. But none of them kind of legally do. They're all just low-born Dornishmen. But yeah, a fair number of... What was that?
So I was going to be encouraging towards them anyway because they're his unit. Well, former unit.
So yeah, a fair number of just archers from the house. Most of them are technically from House Sandstorm instead of House Nymaryen. But yeah, they're able to make the cut and come ahead of the total that is needed. Most of the archers were close enough that like out of character that they would make it, like they would qualify on the 35. Um, so instead, I just kind of made an arbitrary cutoff point to have less of them to roll in future days. Because getting to keep 3 arrows, uh, yeah, it's a lot of like about half of them made it from archer units. So I'm like, all right, we're just gonna say we cut that off a little bit higher. So we've still got a pretty fair number to move into the qualifiers later on, but most importantly, probably to you lot, are the named and faced NPCs that have kind of established a pecking order with little Robert Frey close to the top of it. And it's still impeccable. Yeah, and it's still pretty impeccable shooting from Balin Swan and Sorella Sand. You knew that Sir Balin was an excellent archer, and you'd heard of Sorella Sand, but it is quite true. She is um, she is graceful and fluid with her bow, and Elia comes off as kind of effortless. Like it looks the same if she were just to make an archery motion without a bow in her hands, right? It's just smooth, done, 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 and that's it. Balin Swan is accurate at a lower arc than everyone else. He's got more power than any of the other bows that you see out there. He's not having to volley nearly as much. But Sorella Sand is just graceful with it in a way that looks very, 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 very practiced, right? It's that sort of fluidity of motion. So, there we go. We've got several kind of different styles of archery, and Elia, hungover and drunk probably at the same time, still took first with someone else's bow. And then we've got
with Orain.
yeah, so we've got a pretty good stack of archers that have established themselves here in the first day.
I'll give it an applause and yell, "Well done!"
And Robert Frey is just beaming, and he looks over his shoulder, and Lady Alisane is going nuts, just roaring like a bear, right? Just cheering him on as things are tallied. And then you notice that like more archers than not are congratulating him on their way off the field. Like it's not really the place of a lowborn archer to congratulate Sir Balin Swan. Most of them will congratulate Aunt Elia off screen because most of them work for her, but they're not gonna like embarrass her by appearing surprised she qualified or whatever. But yeah, like a lot of them are like really proud of little Robert Frey, and probably half of them are going to personally take credit for it, for being I'm the one that taught him that, right? Like they're basically all gonna claim that. So there we go. Pretty good showing from him. That extra destiny point helped him out quite a bit. He actually rolled really well too. His handfuls of dice were pretty high. So
Good on him. I'm so
yeah.
proud of him.
Yeah, me too.
Well, good showing for House Sandstorm and those of us representing House Sandstorm today.
All good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I mean, Sandstorm's 2 for 2 today. That does it for tourney events planned for day 1. And I wasn't sure that we would make it that far, honestly, but the jousts ended up being a little more decisive than I expected, probably because I forgot how much quicker it is without the melee combat follow-up. So I still budgeted a little more time than was needed there, for sure, and then pre-rolling all the archery saved a little more time than I expected it to, I guess. But oh god, it was a lot of rolling. It was lots of rolling. So yeah, I just used my favorite website and rolled a bunch. So I'm gonna leave it largely up to the players because I know we still did have some interactions planned for the day. I don't think we were planning on another course by course feast every night.
No,
Like I think,
you only told me to write 2.
right.
So
I think we wanted to do an opening and a closing, so we're not going to have 2 episodes out of every 3 be a feast. That leaves us all ravenously hungry and desperately wanting to try.
Tonight, Adam is just going to go and get everyone Del Taco.
Just keep it simple.
Yeah, just what do you want? You give them a list, and
there's always some fucker who like doesn't want tacos, and yeah.
I mean, we can't just
and
order.
hamburgers.
We can't just order off of Umber Eats because we're out of their district. They're way up north.
Bravo.
So that does leave us though with some role playing kind of around the feasts, and there is plenty of idle time built into a tourney. It's not going to go straight from one event to like the next thing people need to be at. People are supposed to have time to socialize and to talk about engagements and to go for walks in gardens and to idle in the pools and stuff like that's what tourneys are for. They're not, to a non-hedge knight, you're not really here like for the joust and stuff. That stuff's icing and excuse to get together. Most people are here to socialize with their peers and, see and be seen and that sort of stuff, right? The same way most people don't go to Gen Con just to game, right? Like you're there to hang out with people, spend origin stuff. So there's lots of time built into this afternoon, into the evening, for the young scions of House Nymaryen to do things that they want to do. So, who wants to go first? What do you want to do? And are your siblings invited?
I'd like to see if Raina would like to go talk to Grandpa about our matches and house strategy.
Yes. You do?
Well, I just want to like get it wrapped up, see if we can make some decisions, and that'll make it easier.
Do you know enough about your potentials to make a decision?
Oh, well, no, but I'm hoping Grandfather might be able to elaborate more on.
The whys and wherefores?
Yes. And then I'm sure we will search out other ways of finding out some information. But I'd like to hear from Grandfather a little bit first.
Okay.
All right, so sounds like the twins are gonna go have a talk with their Lord Grandfather. So, boys, think about what you want to do in this kind of time so that you'll be ready when they're done, because we're gonna kind of tag off. But all right, twins, he is unsurprisingly in his solar. As you are arriving, just kind of down the hallway. You see Lord Stannis leaving. Stannis Baratheon, you guys might have heard of him. He's kind of a big deal. Lord of Dragonstone, Master of Ships. So he seems to have been discussing something with Grandfather. He is the portrait of rotely memorized courtesy, as tends to be the case with him. He's gruff but polite somehow, right? And like he goes through all the right things of being courtly,
And manages to never be charming ever.
right? It's not the flavor of of charisma that he has. Um, you're sure that on a battlefield he's something you're looking for, but here in the hallways of your home, he is not. You're not like, yay, here comes Stannis. Like nobody ever really thinks like that. But yeah, Stannis Baratheon is leaving, and looks like he's halfway down the hallway. He's not like he's just shutting the door or anything, but he stops and gives nods that are appropriately close to bows for someone of his status to someone of yours, also accounting that you're the hosts, also accounting that blah blah you're women and blah, so it's just right little nod bow thing. My ladies,
My lord.
I just politely reciprocate. He's not a chatty person, so we shan't chat.
Yeah.
good day. Like he doesn't stop for small. You don't make him stop. Like neither of you responded by trying to start a conversation. So he's like, cool, I got shit to do. So off he goes.
I,
Uh,
yeah, I don't think trying to pin Stannis into a light conversation in the hallway is a good idea ever. Um, I might try to pin him if I had a goal. I need to find out the answer to this question.
but yeah, he's not there for the chit chat. Um, so into Grandfather Solar you go. He is there alone now. He glances up as the door opens and just waves you two in without comment, sitting behind his desk, which is once again and always just covered in papers in a way that makes sense to him and probably no one else in the Seven Kingdoms, and perhaps by design. Um, but there you go. He's sitting in his solar where you expect him.
Grandfather.
Granddaughters, how goes the tourney?
It's going well.
Very well, actually. It was a little rough earlier in the day, but really shaped up in the afternoon.
Yes, Lord Stannis had reminded me of your cousin Elia's successes this morning. You did not speak on it when you were in here at High Sun, but he seemed rather distracted by the thought of a bastard girl going at all, but certainly going first. He is not a flexible man.
Fucking word.
That's a bit of an understatement. Well, we came to seek your thoughts on the potential matches you've lined up for us.
I didn't think you were asking me what to serve for dinner, he says with a hint of a smile.
Yeah.
It's the best
Addam
mood
handled
he
that
can
weeks
get,
ago.
yeah. Fine. What should you like to know?
Like a Bela.
And he
We've-
puts his quill down, which is a sign of profound respect and attention.
Um,
What?
Yeah, like he put down the quill and he's not reading anything and he's like looking at you two, which he doesn't do for very many people, especially if there's only two of them.
right. Well, we know that the different proposals come with different benefits to our house. We'd just like to talk about what those benefits will be and what they'll mean for our house to make sure we choose wisely.
It would depend on which potential husbands you are considering, granddaughter. Uh, Name one, and we can discuss him.
Well,
But
let's
I'll not give you a lecture.
let's start with Sir Balin.
He was a not unpleasant surprise when you brought me news of his infatuation. That is more than enough to lead to a betrothal. Uh, I spoke with his father, and Lord Julian also finds it a fine match. No doubt, having heard from his son about how you composed yourselves in King's Landing as well as on campaign. Uh, Stonehelm would be a powerful ally in the Stormlands. They are a wealthy house. Uh, House Swan would be a fine match for any grandfather.
Great. I
We would we would likely see increased trade. Uh, they control the River Slane and have a fair amount of trade along it. We could no doubt have our people see to it Nymaryens wine would reach. God, that was an awful sentence to put together. Nymaryens wine would reach was
I
the
thought you were
words
right,
in
Rusty.
that order. So we could no doubt see to it that Nymaryens wine would reach further inland into the Stormlands, carried there by the River Slane. We would see some increase in profits come with a favorable match with them.
That's certainly good.
Out of character, it would result in a +1 to House Nymaryen fortune rolls from increased trade with one of the wealthiest houses in the Stormlands. And it would supply a positive modifier to your overall Stormlands disposition thing. That is some charts, not charts, but some scales I have.
Understood. Oh,
We'll need that when we betray the king.
Wait, what?
Uh, Whatever. Just,
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but Adam's just vibing.
We don't talk about that. We don't. It's unspoken.
Yeah. We're Nymaryens. We leave it implied.
Listen, the girls are having their moment. It is not my place to say anything further.
No, certainly not.
and
Perish the thought.
I've come to understand that Sir Garth is also from a wealthy family as well.
Certainly even more so than House Swan. House Hightower is among the mightiest houses in all Westeros, and they make a point of reminding people of it. Old Town, of course, is a position of prominence, and they have ever held it and made certain that all know we light the way. After all, they have kept their words long since it became about anything to do with watchtowers to help sailors. But yes, the high towers are wealthy and influential, and Garth is, I'm given to understand, a fine young knight. If anything, we would gain even more trade from House Hightower, and perhaps, well, it's difficult to say that we would gain favor from their neighbors in the Reach, but the Lady Olenna does favor that match, so we would likely gain favor from their neighbors in the Reach.
Okay.
Out of character, a match with Garth Greysteel be a +3 to Nymaryen House Fortune rolls from increased trade And you'd also basically get like an assistant maester because they run Old Town and they're able to go like, yeah, here's this dropout. So any of our highborn that leave home, they get like a washout from maester school to make sure that they're still kind of mentored and making good decisions and stuff. So as a hybrid of that wealth, uh, the favor of the reach, and having a kind of scribe or scholar added to the house to supplement the maester bonus, basically.
Wow. Okay. And of course, for completeness, I should ask about Orain Waters.
Should you? He says with a bit of a smirk. I have been left with the distinct impression he has not impressed. Truly, he has stayed a callow youth. I had hoped that his nephew's illness may have matured him some, but it would seem that that is not the case. The bastard of Driftmark would not shame us. His blood is noble enough and pure enough that him being a Waters would be no problem. We would have greater access to the narrow sea for as long as Driftmark belongs to House Velaryon. It does not matter who the master of ships may be, he says with a bit of a nod where Lord Stannis just left. So we would gain increased trade, perhaps not with House Velaryon itself, but better access to sea trade in general. We would gain some love in the Crown Lands, but do not know how much love there is to be found there.
Alright.
And out of character, it would be a +1 to House Fortune rolls.
Okay.
So Hightower offers a +3. The other two are both +1s. And then choose a region that gets a bonus. But then also, you, from time to time, when applicable, would have the appropriate NPC around also, which could matter. You know, the combat stats of most of your husbands would matter more than the combat stats of most of your wives, right? Like, just it's more likely to come up in Westeros.
We'll see.
Probably, right? So, like, you know, there was also that to potentially consider out of character, as long as just they're like.
Okay. All right. Thank you, grandbrother. I will definitely take time to consider these options. And I give a nudge to Reyna. Your turn.
Well, we're all done here, she says.
I'd better be hitting the old dusty trail.
That old Boneway needs a little riding done.
I've now met Red Ronnet Connington, and he is a nice enough fellow. But
Nothing said before a but counts, granddaughter.
the benefits he would bring in the house would have to outweigh the ones that Willis Tyrell would bring. And I just don't see that happening.
Completely straight-faced. Like, I can't help but laugh while I say it. But grandfather is completely dead serious, straight-faced. They do not. Like, just matter of fact, like no, like they don't. Like, Griffin's
He's rehearsed this for 20 years.
Yeah.
What?
He practices his lack of expression in the mirror.
Ah.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
very
exactly.
dry.
Exactly.
Very, very dryly confirming, like, no. House Connington does not bring the same wealth and influence as House Tyrell. Just so you know, in case you weren't sure, idiot fucking granddaughter. Hey, right? Like he just says, they do not.
What?
Saying,
I didn't ask. I stated.
and that's why he was just deadpan agreeing with you.
Kick his ass.
Can't hear you, babe.
I'm not. I think that would about wrap it then. I lean towards Sir Lord Willis, and I would be honored to pursue that betrothal.
He does not look surprised. He does not look. I don't want to say impressed because I don't want to make it sound like he thinks you're an idiot. But he's not like, oh, she figured it out, right? Like he's just like, yeah, like, it's kind of what I thought you would think because, you're my granddaughter and all that. He then lifts an eyebrow ever so slightly, says, and must houses Dondarrion and Dane be concerned about any discomfort in the future or embarrassment?
Ooh.
I can't speak for the future, grandfather. However, I have no intent to carry forth or cause any unrest between those noble houses.
His betrothal is of a great deal less concern to me than yours would be. It's like, at it pretty clearly, it's like, listen, you can get him
That's really sweet.
his fiance. You're not going to cheat on your fiance, right? Like, that's basically his.
I don't foresee. Like I said, I don't foresee there being any cause for tension. We are two alike, and I feel that we both have our duties, and we love our houses.
Just don't get caught.
And again, completely dry, completely deadpan. Or you've also lost to Bela in a joust. And he says it just as seriously as he says anything else about this stuff. But he just reminds you that this is Wyvern's Rest and he knows what's going on. So yeah.
So I'll try and say, yes, grandfather. He was a bit too arrogant in the saddle, and I spotted his overconfidence and dislodged him on the second pass.
And he took the defeat well.
A lance well aimed at the ego generally does the job.
Bela and Granddad just roasting poor Raina now. Hey, boyfriend sucks at riding, by the way.
From what I've heard of Lord Barrick, he is a fine man, and a fine tourney knight, but perhaps not fine enough at either for my granddaughters.
That look.
Push the
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks, I think.
Wow. I still feel like relationships between our houses will be smooth sailing for the future.
Good. Blackhaven is as fine an ally as Starfall, and either of those are as fine an ally as any house could hope for. Now then, it's to be Willis then.
It's to be Willis.
And he pauses, like maybe he wants to say something grandfatherly instead of lordly. Like maybe he wants to talk about marriage and you know life advice and stuff like that. Uh, and then he doesn't. He just finds a letter on the desk, a couple of them to clump together and like stack neatly, and it's like he kind of gets over that.
No,
Maybe it's because
Maker!
maybe
Open
it's
your heart, be vulnerable!
maybe it's because more than one of you are here that he's not opening up um, that way. Uh, but yeah, he does not uh, talk about marriage and romance and relationships. He ties up his desk a bit. He says, "Well, I shall let the Lady Olena know. She will be pleased to know that she might get rid of him before he's 30, I believe is how she put it, though with a great deal more affection than when she used to talk about Mace that way."
Oh, poor Mace! It's like she's like Lucille Bluth of Westeros. Like, I love all my children equally, and then like 10 minutes later, I don't care for Mace.
She meant it when she wanted to be rid.
So Luke is such a fucking perfect.
she,
I don't care for him.
Yeah.
she meant it a bit more when she said she wanted to marry off the current Lord of Highgarden than I think she means it when she wants to be rid of the current heir to Highgarden. He, from all that I have heard, is a good man, and I think that he'll make a fine husband and someday Lord of the Reach and Warden of the South.
I see great things from the alliance of these two houses.
He will, I don't doubt, do an even finer job with a Nymaryen assistant.
I was rather thinking right the other way around.
That's why. Out of character, they didn't come up, but just so you know, Dondarrion is a +3 to House Fortune rolls, a bonus with the Stormlands, a penalty with with all of Dorne, and a penalty with House Dane. Not
Wow.
necessarily huge ones, but they're there. House Connington, a marriage with Red Ronnet, would be a bonus with the Stormlands and a +1 to House Fortune rolls. They're not a very wealthy house, but they would put their all into the alliance, and in the abstract, you would just have that tie there in the Stormlands, which again just kind of spreads the wealth around some. House Tyrell offers you a kind of morale bonus in the Reach, and a +5 to House Fortune rolls.
Fucking hell.
Partially due to
Cha-ching.
the wealth that comes with the ties to House Highgarden, or with Highgarden, partially because Willis is basically a maester in his own right. He's going to unlock, potentially down the road, in one of the splat books for this game, there's rules for hounds and stables and extra horse shit like that. Like, sure, like he could do all that. Probably better than anyone else in Westeros. So
Ken has
he'll-
doggos.
What's that?
Said Ken has doggos.
Yeah. So like he'll unlock some of that. I'll bust that book open when the time comes, and we'll look into it. But yeah, he's a big fat bonus to House Fortune rolls, because Highgarden and all.
Yeah. And he's a Tyrell.
Yeah.
They're good at everything they do.
Yeah.
And he
And all ridiculously good looking, and yeah.
And
Except-
rich.
and then grandfather glances between the two of you. Are we here to talk about your brothers also?
Do it, do it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. You should do it.
Please talk about us behind our back.
I'm not sure, grandfather. I feel that Luke is just perusing the options, and he's probably going to sample the wares a few times before he determines who he chooses to marry.
It's been 4 hours. He hasn't settled down yet.
She has seen right through you.
Yeah.
I'm given to understand he already took a bite from one of those apples.
And King's Landing.
I
He
had
knows
heard,
everything.
Go ahead.
grandfather just said I had heard.
He hears everything.
I mean, who was in King's Landing when it happened, and who has he been talking to about you lot getting married ever since? So yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Mm.
Bang quieter, Luke.
It's Miranda's fault. She's fucking loud as shit. She killed a guy that way. I don't know if you know that, but she killed a guy.
That's the problem with Luke's matches. Is that they're all,
This is a random conversation we're having as we're walking through the halls.
they're all three very well suited to him.
Yes.
And they're all three eminently likable.
we have not socialized with House Toland as much as we should. There are times that my concern for my grandchildren has made Nymaryen a bit more insular than we needed to be. Now that those barn doors have been thrown open, yes, the Lady Nymela was quite pleased to hear of the potential match. I cannot speak for Valena herself. She and I have not corresponded. Again, just completely dryly. Like, otherwise, I know, like me and these 23-year-old girls, we swap letters all the time. But just completely dryly. Valena and I herself have not corresponded, but her mother, the Lady Nymela, finds it quite the favorable match, and I think most of Dorne would be behind it.
And as far as Addam goes, I don't see a thing wrong with any of the potential matches you and Lady Elena have come up with. They all seem safe, and some more profitable than others. But he has not spoken much of it since this morning.
I nod along. Yep.
We will see which of the four he finds the safest, I suppose.
I'm sure we will. Thank you for your time. Yo, I'm sorry,
Okay.
sister.
It's fine. It's fine. It's none of my business.
It is your business. Make it your business. Invade our privacy, Reyna.
You are the
So,
heir.
why did Stannis come?
Repeat,
He
what
was-
is this?
He was invited.
Why?
Why? Who hates fun?
And again, there's a little bit of a smile. He goes, so that he would come.
Very well.
He
But just so you know, at our next feast, I am not going to be the sacrificial chair lamb. Someone else will have to sit next to him.
Out of character, that's fine because like I'd already decided that Adam was going to take that one.
I know that he is not as festive and likable as Maid Rain, but Stannis and I had things to discuss. Better done in person than by Raven. Conversations in my solar are not often interrupted, and they are never overheard.
Good to know.
Yes. Very well then. We'll be moving along.
Yeah. I think it was a very subtle, like, don't even try listening at the door next time.
It's fine. We'll go.
There goes Luke's idea for a complex pipe system he can listen in on.
Get your trumpet.
Yep.
One that can listen, like, from the next room, like, outside the building, and then in the next one.
Grandpa, this is a secrecy pipe. You just yell your secrets into it. Nobody hears them.
It keeps them
Love
safe.
Only the 7 know.
And handily, there are 7 of these secrecy pipes now installed in your.
Oh, all right. So yeah, thank
We're gonna go.
grandfather. Yeah. Shall we have some
Yeah.
food set here for you, grandfather?
I think I'll make it down to dinner. That makes it about a 50-50 about whether he will or not. Depends on who else comes up here, etc., etc. But
If he doesn't, we'll have something sent out.
Yeah.
is there anything else, granddaughters?
I cannot think of anything else at the moment.
Very well. Go and have fun. Host well. Get to know this Garth Greysteel, as well as you have gotten to know Sir Balin Swan. Give,
Oh.
Go ahead.
Sure thing, grandfather. Mm. Don't mind if
so
I do.
gives Bela like that nod, and then Tourney goes, and I will speak with the Lady Olenna. She will be. She will respond. She's little trickle, like, I don't know.
She will respond.
The woman is no more predictable now than she was 50 years ago.
You know, this is a relatable thing grandfather's ever said.
Yep. It's pretty human of him.
Mm. He may yet be mortal.
He's too mortal.
Bitches be crazed. Grandpa makes
Yeah.
If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son.
Oh,
I got
yeah.
big problems trying to get my
Yeah.
grandkids married as one.
So are we calling that scene a wrap, ladies?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
All right. Let's check in with the boys then. What were you lot up to? Where they were off talking about boys?
All right, Adam. Here's the deal. Did you see what happened today? I mean, you saw what happened, right?
I saw a number of things that happened. Which thing are you referring to?
Oh, I don't know. The potential match of mine putting my cousin on her ass and fucking winning a joust.
Oh, that was satisfying on a number of levels for me.
I feel like we both enjoyed it in different ways.
Well, and that's perfectly valid, brother.
Adam's like, I'm still hard.
Rusty, one, that has never happened over a woman in Adam's life, so you're wrong.
Well, testing his limits. You know, that's fair.
He's never seen Elliot just get like knocked out of the saddle before though. So like maybe
No, that's true. That
the
like,
water
that's a memory that I will savor until I'm old and grey.
he's a furry now, likes horses. It's a weird thing.
Still,
Could you please stop?
though,
Listen.
it doesn't only a few years.
He learned all the wrong lessons from that encounter.
Adam
Seared
isn't a
itself into-
I have to say this. Adam isn't a furry.
It seared itself into his psyche all sideways.
At no point did I ever question that. Like, I was ever like, I wonder if Adam's a furry.
It never ever crossed my mind.
Listen, a session's not a session if I don't make Ash blush and sputter indignant.
Unless it's an Aurochs. There we go. Played along with your little game. Yes, well,
what I
she.
was getting at. Good.
Yes. No, I
No,
was
go
just saying that she seems like exactly your type.
Yes, and so does the Crane girl.
Yes,
Woman.
they're all three of them are delightful. In fact, I probably should tell you that sorry, I'm just deciding. I'm like, right? Do I want to like
What
pretend?
have you been playing at, Adam?
Have I ever played anything?
I don't know.
You cut me to the quick.
I don't pay attention to people who aren't me that well, so I don't know, but probably.
Well, I spoke with Lady Meredith earlier, and you'll be amused by this. She said that I was to tell you that what I truly wanted from you for my name day was for you to marry her. So I think she's quite keen. That was a little joke between us, but I think it indicated her interest.
I feel like that's the kind of joke that tests the waters.
Possibly, yes.
Speaking of waters,
I mean, I was
like,
because I was going to just I was just going to pretend that I was serious, but there's no way I'm returning Moorish lenses just for that.
it's a good gift.
It's excellent. I'm so happy. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I was just thinking we should invite people. You have maybe requisitioned or stole a cask of really good wine. Have a little party, invite some people, get to know them better.
I think that sounds like an excellent idea.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, after dinner, I have this walk to go. I decided to invite Lady Alison Bulwer on a short walk in the gardens after dinner. But apart from that, I'll be free. If you'd like me to go and extend invitations to anyone in particular, I can do that.
I would. Speaking of which, what are you planning to do?
About what?
Are you okay if everything happened?
Do you want an honest answer to that?
Yeah.
I wasn't joking that much about saying that I wanted to run away. I had hoped that this would not happen to me for at least a very long time. And now that it's happening, I feel like my world is ending. But I'm going to at least talk to Lady Alicine once. I intend to write a letter to Lady Shella in Harrenhal. At the very least, I would consider it polite to respond to her. And
Yes, she seems like a lovely woman.
oh yes, I mean, my reticence and anxiety are nothing to do with any of them as people.
I think I have an idea. Yeah.
You just, well, you know
Are
who and what I am, and well, it's not very compatible with the life that grandfather wants for me.
I think based on his picks. Go ahead.
And and on top of that, while our uncle's letter was very gentle about it, I found some of his words crushing, shall we say. Uh, the dying flame of hope in my heart has been snuffed out, and that is painful.
Let me ask you, because, well, I have two thoughts here, but do you feel accepting one of these matches extinguishes that flame forever? Is that the hesitance, or just...
No, I mean, you heard what the letter said, and well, I mean, I can't think of anyone who knows more about what what sexual or romantic interest looks like more than our Uncle Oberyn, and he
Uncle Oberyn knows quite a lot.
And he sees the gulf between what my looks are like and what Oris's looks are like, and he if he says that it's hopeless, then it probably is. And as much as I don't want it to be true, well, I don't think he's mistaken, but I don't like to admit it. That's what I'm. Okay. That's what I mean about that hope. Yeah.
I understand. I understand that's crushing. My question is more: are you hesitant about the matches grandfather's made, because it feels like that officially ends any hope there?
Well,
because for what I've seen, grandfather's gone out of his way to find things that will not please him, but please the culture and society we live in, to make you as happy as possible within that framework.
I think I don't think anything that has been put in front of me stops me from necessarily being who I am in general, so long as I'm discreet, but that's its own matter, really. I certainly think Lady Shella wouldn't care. Well, she might, I don't know. I mean, I intend to, in an oblique way, tell her, so that she has the option to say whether that's a problem or not.
Remember what we heard earlier, though, about our uncle. Grandfather, clearly, this is not his first time planning such things. So what I'm saying is I suspect any matches he picked may understand.
Possibly, but perhaps not. I mean, he didn't make our Uncle Lucaris get married, so...
He also didn't have much of a chance, did he?
No. But I mean, he was older than I was, so... I think part of what is frustrating to me is that I feel like I've only just begun to live my life, and he's proposing to cut that short. Well, in a way, I mean, not literally, but I feel like it will end the section of my life where I get to be free. And I wasn't ready.
I think you're kind of stumbled onto the jitters all bachelors have at some point.
Yeah, but I mean, most bachelors get another like 10, 20 years. You know, I know it is not unheard of for men to marry young, but it is not that common.
All right. I just wanted to check in with you and see how you're doing.
No, I appreciate you asking. I'm sorry that I can't pretend that everything's all right. But I'm going to have some conversations and see what comes out of them.
Everything isn't all right. We are pawns in a game, but let's try to make the most out of it if we can. And I'll back you up if you need anything, brother.
I appreciate that, Luke. Thank you. If I was to reject these matches, would you support me?
I will support whatever you decide. I do think these are good matches, and I do think you should find one that can work and still let you be happy. If nothing else, Cousin Sorella, I suspect that was not a random choice.
I intend to speak with her at some point, hopefully later.
Invite her to the party.
Uh,
That wine won't drink itself.
I suppose it won't. But well, I'm sure. You know, it's no match for you.
If you wish to run away to Essos, I will. Well, I can't tell a ship or shit, but I will ask Uncle Oren to sell you a ship. I'm sure he'll do it.
That's very kind of you, Luke. I am very much hoping it won't come to that.
And we need you, so I hope he doesn't either. But
Well, I have no strong desire to abandon the people I love. So I don't tell you my reservations to make you think I take it lightly, because I don't.
I don't think that.
I'm good. I don't want you to think that. I'm trying to make peace with it. I just don't want to promise that I can.
I'm not asking for a promise.
Good.
Let's have a party.
Ask me for promises. I'm very unreliable.
I won't ask any. Let's drink.
I can get behind that.
You just invite everybody. Get all everyone who jousted, everyone who was in interest. Just bring them all.
Right, everyone of interest. I see. Okay, I was going to ask precisely who you wanted to invite, because we can't invite literally everyone, and I don't think Stannis would.
Stannis.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Right, I will round up the usual suspects then.
I'll see if I can't talk to Bess about getting some hors d'oeuvres or snacks ready, and then I'll see you at the pools.
Yes, I'll see you there. Yeah, good chat.
I'm sure we'll talk more at some point.
I'm sure. Once I get in my cups, I may get chatty.
May.
All right, I take off.
I'm fine.
So I think what we're gonna do now is actually potentially wrap this episode a little early. What I okay, maybe, maybe not. What I think would be cool though, uh, are you guys planning to like role play a bunch of stuff at this party after dinner this evening? Because it sounds like you're supposed to be inviting like just everybody.
No, uh, what was I say? No, I'm not going to invite literally everybody, just some people.
The NPCs that you guys give a damn about is what it sounded like. What Robert wanted.
Yeah, they have a name.
Right? Just
Basically.
no, all the NPCs we like. Was that basically the plan?
I mean, that sounds like that would probably be what Adam would interpret as in terms of Luke's instructions.
And if that's what Luke is also going to be telling people, including the twins, who are then going to invite the NPCs they like, I feel like maybe that's going to need a session, right? Like if you guys are planning to hang out for hours with all your favorite NPCs, I feel like we're going to need to budget some time for that, unless you guys just want to say, we have a pleasant evening and not much happens, right? Like,
There
The
are
goal is trying to get to know various people better, so...
I mean, I think we've all got particular conversations in mind, but I mean, like, my interpretation was that Adam would do all the inviting on everyone's behalf, so it wasn't going to necessarily turn into something massive, but, I mean, I don't know.
I think
Alright.
as an event, it should be role played. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's... Don't apologize. I mean, I agree. I just also don't want to finish 20 minutes early because, like, I want every possible minute squeezed out of it.
I mean, if just we're looking for suggestions, I would love to see Adam nervously inviting people on occasional few spaces.
like a little pangolin, like...
one thing is, I just don't want us to start any big, cool, important conversations that should and perhaps could have other siblings dropping in, dropping out of them. I don't want to like start that and then have to cut in the middle. If instead we could take a few weeks and work up that guest list, and you guys can let me know what you might want to talk about each of them with, and we could like if you guys want to make this a big thing, we can. And I don't want to
do. I kind of do, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. So, does anybody have anything that they think will fit in these last 15 minutes or so? I
think Adam inviting one or two people would just be funny. If they're funny enough, interesting enough.
I'm just now. I'm deciding, like, will he snub Elia altogether, or will he give her like a total non-invite of like, you could like, I guess Luke says you can come. I don't care.
She was included because she jousted.
Yeah, no, I know he would grudgingly invite her. Like, maybe leave it till last or something.
I think I want to see that. I want to see that invite.
I do have an agenda of things, and a couple of them like could fit into like 15 minutes, but I'm not going to monopolize the entire end of the session. So
let's do that. Where is Luke going after that conversation?
Luke's gonna swing by Bessa and try to get some food and some snacks prepared, and then he's gonna basically head to the kind of I'm kind of picturing like an area with a number of little pools and kind of like a big like a foyer where people can hang out, and maybe there's quarters nearby, that kind of place.
Sure. You absolutely get food and a bunch of stuff from Lady Bessa. And she gives you more than you wanted, but just the right amount that you needed. So yeah, that's fine. Twins, what did you two have planned after the talk with Grandpa in the Solar? Anything big before, during dinner, before you would hear about this party? Like anything jumping at y'all?
So I would probably bathe after the day in the hot weather and jousting, and then go to dinner. So like nothing strenuous, just kind of relaxing.
That's what the pools are for.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
but I don't know about the pool's party that's going to happen, so the point is to clean up before dinner and whatever might happen in the evening.
Sure. Felicia had to go grab something from the door. I think maybe our food got delivered
So-
really early. That would be a nice change of pace.
Yeah, so talking in a discreet way, Rusty, about the one thing that I mentioned, I think I am not going to visit upon that right now. I think I will let things kind of churn a bit and follow up with that later in the week.
Well,
Yeah.
then it sounds like Adam can have the last 15 minutes and not be Bogart anything. So I know there were some conversations you wanted to have that would probably happen before the dinner or during or near after it. So like before tonight's after party. So basically it's a matter of where you want to go, who you want to talk to. What's Adam up to?
Well, the two things that I thought, like the two pre-dinner and now like pre-drinking things that I thought would fit is that Adam wants to send some ravens, and also wants to talk to Stannis. But talking to Stannis can, I mean, potentially wait, but it definitely does need to be a private conversation. As for the ravens, I don't need to read all of the letters that I've got prepared, but I could read like one or two of them.
Your call. Let's do letters. So
Letters.
let's cut to Adam sitting in his new solar, writing a letter and reading it to himself the way movies always do. Like you always get the letter in that person's voice. So, what letter is this? And hit it, and yeah, you'll be able to send them with no problem.
To the esteemed Lord Gerald Grafton, I hope you can assist me in a small matter concerning the Mother House of Maris. Normally I would not bother one so august and busy as yourself with what essentially amounts to passing on a letter, but as I have no direct contact with the Mother House itself, and I am reliably informed that you are a man of honour, I must place my quest in your capable hands. I expect there is some regular communication between the Mother House and the mainland, so if you could see fit to have the enclosed sealed letter included in the next available exchange with them, I would be most grateful. Thank you for your time, and may the Seven bless and keep you. Sincerely yours, Addam Nymaryen, the Blood Royal. And contained within is a sealed letter for dear Sister Elaine. I know this is not the name you now go by, but it is all I have for the moment. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Addam Nymaryen of Wyvern's Rest, and I'm a friend of your son, Oris. He does not know that I'm writing this, nor does anyone else if Lord Grafton and his staff have been as discreet as I hope. I've been searching for you for several months, following my conscience. I hope that my letter does not cause you distress, as I mean well in sending it. However, if it does distress you, I apologise, and I hope that in time you'll understand my reason and grant me your forgiveness. Your fate troubles Oris deeply. He blames himself for what happened, despite my attempts to convince him that it was beyond his control, having been but a babe at the time. He's privately expressed anger with your brother and his father, whose identity he now knows. On that last point, please do not worry. He does not seem to want to do anything about that knowledge, and I believe he knows it is better to let it be for everyone's sake. In general, he seems to have calmed somewhat about the whole thing, but I can tell he thinks about you and that it saddens him. Besides this, he is well and prospering. He's a knight now, Sir Oris the Oryx Waters, and he has done himself and House Nymaryen proud in our recent endeavours. He helped us to defeat both a notorious bandit leader, Jonathor Sand, the Vulture King, and the army of the traitorous Lord Andros Ironwood, all with barely a scratch upon him. There is nobody I would rather have by my side in battle than him. He has much of his father's features, though there is a gentleness to his eyes and a quiet dignity in his bearing that I can only assume comes from you. He's handsome, broad-shouldered, extremely tall and immensely strong, like the Titan of Bravos made flesh. He's generally quite serious, but when he laughs it resounds brightly and one cannot help but join in. What's more, and perhaps most important, he's brave and kind and good. I believe that someday other knights will measure their honour and worthiness by his example. I am so proud of him, and I'm certain that you will be too. The reason I was moved to find and write to you is this. It pains me to see my beloved, and there's a, like, scratch where there was an S in there, to see my beloved friend's sorrow. So I consider it my duty to try and make things right in whatever way I can. I cannot do anything to release you from your vows, though I wish I could, but I feel that hearing from you might help to stop him from blaming himself for what happened and bring him some small sense of peace. A peace I believe only you can give him. I have other thoughts about your circumstances, but they rely upon your willingness to communicate in the first instance, so can wait for another time. Suffice to say, for now, if you wanted to convey a message to Oris, I would consider it an honour to help you get it to him. If you're able to send messages directly to me at Wyvern's Rest, all the better, but I expect some go-betweens will be necessary. Lord Grafton is, I'm told, an honourable man, so if this letter has reached you safely, then I believe he can be trusted to pass on any correspondence. If you do not wish to reply or pass on a message, I cannot say I will understand, but I will respect your decision, though it would perhaps be less ambiguous if you did reply, even if only to refuse my request, so that I know that you did receive this letter and it wasn't merely lost or intercepted. If you decide not to reply, I nonetheless hope that it gives you some solace to know that Oris is safe and cared for, and that he has friends who love him. I hope to hear from you soon. Until then, may the Seven watch over you with compassion. Yours, hopefully, Addam Nymaryen. There you go. That's all you get from me.
That was really good.
What's the matter, Felicia?
I hate you.
Who?
You.
What'd I do?
You made that necessary.
Hey, what? What?
Adam's pathos.
Get him, Felicia.
And my pathos.
I mean, I did say to Rusty when I was like, I want to read like some letters Adam's written. I was like, I wrote one to Alain Royce, and if someone doesn't get emotional, I will masticate my chapeau. I have to stop myself from like welling up every time I read he's brave and kind and good. So I'm like,
Oh, I know. I felt it.
he loves him so much.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of that letter too. So that's getting sent out into the world, and we shall see if anything comes back.
Right. There is some good news there. Lord Gerald is more than willing to do so. It would seem that Miranda Royce spoke to him on the way down. But yeah, so he's quite willing to take this letter back and see to it that it's delivered. And he doesn't even like joke with you about writing to some septa or whatever. You know, like there's no like no japery at your expense. So yeah, he takes on the letter as politely and solemnly as you could hope for, and also wishes you a happy name day and some other pleasantries and such. Compliments you on the feast, yada yada. But yeah, that letter will certainly be delivered. And I would be a pretty shit GM if I just let it wither on the vine. So, spoiler alert, at least one letter will be coming in response. So yeah, I'm not going to be like, hey, Ash, pour out your heart and soul. Anyways, now that that's over with, everybody, and then like move on with the plot elsewhere. So there will be a response to that. So stay tuned here on Play the Game. So yeah, letter is absolutely no problem, and we will see what the former Lady Royce, or Lady of House Royce, I should say, what her new name is, what her life is like, what she's allowed to write back, what she chooses to write back. So that will be coming in the future, once it's been long enough for the tourney to end and then for him to travel home, at at least, you know. We got about 5 minutes left. Anybody got anything they want to use to fill the last couple minutes?
Well, do have a short letter to Oberyn if we're really stuck for something.
While you're in your letter writing mood, let's work in that new solar. Everybody pick
Yeah,
it.
sure. Sure. Is it because I do have written up like a lady a lady? I haven't written up a lady. I've written up a letter to Lady Shella, but it's longer, so there's not enough time really. So yeah, okay. He's written to in response to Oberyn's letter. Dearest uncle, I thank you for your letter. Great is my sorrow that you cannot be here to celebrate with us. I hope you and the rest of your family are well. Despite our sustained proximity, Ellie and I yet live and thrive, and as expected, she is causing quite the commotion. I will do her the courtesy of not robbing her of the chance to tell you of her antics herself, though. I'm sure you will understand that some of what you wrote was difficult to hear. I cannot thank you for those particular words, as they break my heart anew, though I thank you for the gentle way you laid them out for me. It means a lot that you are sensitive about the matter. Affairs of the heart are very new to me, so your wisdom in accepting the hopelessness of this one is valuable. To address brighter news, I am heartened to hear that Sorella holds me in high regard as I do her. I'm hoping to avoid marriage entirely, to be honest, but I appreciate your effort and her willingness to save me from more troublesome matches. I hope that my failure to be a paragon of dutiful compliance does not make you think any less of me. You're a man of the world after all. You know the value and the necessity of forging one's own path in life. So I trust that you will understand why I must shirk my duty this one time. I remain as ever your loving nephew, Addam.
Aw.
And I think as the quill scratches on the parchment of that last one, that's what we're going to close on. With Addam signing off on that letter to the notorious Red Viper, who in this case is not being all that notorious or viper-y, because he's always pretty cool with his family. So
He's cool.
we will, yeah, like as cool uncles go, it's pretty hard to beat. Like it's really not fair. Like I guess like Keanu Reeves could top it, whatever. Like
See, Rusty, now that just means that like we need a Keanu Reeves character now. We need
John
someone.
House Reeves is our other uncle. We did the Super Circle now.
So we are going to call it there with Addam signing off on that letter to Prince Oberyn of House Nymaros Martell. Everybody, please come back in a couple of weeks. Welcome back to Westeros with us, and we will continue with the flirting, the poking and prodding, the teasing, the questioning, the interrogating, the interviewing, the jesting and japing, the everything going on as the young scions of House Nymaryen try to find things out about their potential matches and those of their siblings. And then we will continue with the tourney, depending on how long those conversations take. We'll be dropping in on day 2 of the tourney. Is the strongman competition coming up?
I've got no idea what's next, actually. I forgot to save that file that had the list of what order
I'm
we're going to be
looking.
in.
Just a bunch of oiled up muscle guys.
Day 2 is more
Yeah,
jousting.
I don't want to get into that, so he's probably not going to watch.
More jousting, more archery, and the strongman competition are coming up on day 2 of Addam Nymaryens Nameday Tourney. So please join us back here in 2 weeks for that. Please swing by, check out the schedule here on Play the Game. And if you want to watch me playing a couple video games, you can swing by several times during the week and do so. In other news, I've got a couple quick publications that I'm going to toss links to right here in the chat. While I fetch those links, does anybody else have anything that they want to pimp out to viewers before we sign off?
I can't post links, but I recently did the illustration for a one-page tabletop role-playing game called Dog Bites the Man about superhero dogs fighting fascism. I'll get a link for someone else to post in the chat for me. All the profits from it go to the Aboriginal Legal Fund. And yeah, if anyone's got like a few quid to spare, it's pay what you want. It would be very much appreciated. Black Lives Matter.
Nice. That is something that, frankly, I'm a little upset I didn't hear about before now. Because
I've
good
posted about it like 3 times on Facebook, man.
Facebook's weird with what it shows people and when. So I'm
Yeah, I honestly have not heard anything about this, and I see what I thought was Booster Post.
Yeah, I did all the illustrations for it. I did lots of pictures of doggos. So
The problem was you put
When you
anti-fascism in it, and Facebook just buried it.
that's a
Okay,
pity. Right,
yeah,
I found the link as
yeah.
well. I'm just gonna sling the link now. I'll see if I can post it. Last time I wasn't able to post. Nah, yeah, I still can't like right click and copy paste into the chat for some reason.
All right.
If someone pass it on for me,
Yeah,
just a
put it
second.
in Discord and I'll bump it right over.
I've done it now.
And I will also start to post about it on my Twitter and stuff.
Cool.
So, while we've got a doggo themed RPG from Ash, I need to give a quick mention to an anthology that I recently worked on, by which I mean this whole thing fell together in about the last 7 or 8 weeks. That's a link to the Hellcats anthology, which is a collection of almost 70 stories, all written by established writers, pro bono, in order to raise money to literally help a little old lady keep her house. There's a 79-year-old grandmother whose nephew is suing her for the house that she has lived in forever. And the court has
Ooh.
decided the house is 2/3 his. She only has 1/3 of it. So she needs to now buy 2/3 of her house, or she will just legit be homeless. And it has been made clear to her that she will be put out on the street by him. I'm trying not to make him out to be the bad guy, but there's no way not to make him out to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
So, Hellcats is an anthology, costs you $3.99, and you get almost 70 short stories. This thing is hundreds and hundreds of pages long, all for $3.99, and 100% of the proceeds from it are going to helping this lady keep her house.
Did you say that not buying it would be a catastrophe?
No,
Oh.
no, bad. So there's that. Check out Strays, and if you want to do a quick search, there's a web page and stuff set up for the Hellcats anthology. If you want to read more or find the link straight to the GoFundMe, you can do that. So there's that. And also, in recent weeks, my latest shattering novel, Stirred, has come out. So I thought I'd toss up a link for that also, because the more the merrier. So far, we're getting pretty stellar reviews on both of these products. I'm a little more proud of Stirred than Hellcats because I'm like 1/68th of the awesomeness in Hellcats. But Stirred has been getting some pretty fantastic reviews, which is really cool. And our worst review on Hellcats is the best review that this lady has ever left. Like we somebody in the Hellcats group checked on her profile. This lady has left like 200 reviews,
Wow.
and the average that she has left is like a 1.8. Like she is a harsh critic of the things that she reads, and the 4-star review that she gave us is tied for the best review she's ever given. So like that's our worst review is this 4-star from that lady. I'm like good for her though, because like feedback's important, right? But yeah, it just kind of tickled me that like our bad review is the nicest thing she's ever said to anyone. So Hellcats is pretty fun stuff. Stirred is pretty fun stuff. My favorite quote, and this is one that 2 different fans have come at me with from Stirred, is that their favorite line is, "I'm sorry your friends were assassins." And my favorite line from my story in Hellcats is, "I got a bad idea and acted upon it almost immediately." If either of those sound fun, you can get both of those books for like $10. Check them out. go to drive-thru or whatever if you prefer that to Amazon for stir. That's fine. But I should remember to kind of sell my own stuff sometimes. So go get yourself a cat-themed anthology, a noir PI Shadowrun detective in a magical cyberpunk world, and a story about doggos biting fascists. So, or not story, a game about doggos biting fascists. So get on it, and then come here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, watch me play some games, and come here every other Sunday for this game. Thanks for coming by, everybody. I'm sure that these Destiny points were much appreciated by the players throughout. I know little Robert Frey got some fun mileage out of his, and we'll see everybody back here next time. Bye, everyone.
All right, everybody.
Bye.